Here we go again. Let's do it. First things first. We'll change some settings. We'll go into our options. Quick change, previous. This is a little, another little mechanic that they added for MGS2. You know how in MGS1 you can unequip and re-equip your weapon with a single button press, R1. Unequip, re-equip. In this game, you can do the same thing, except you can set it to what you had previously equipped instead. So when you unequip your weapon, it will equip what you had previously equipped. That allows you to do some fancy things, quickly switching between weapons and items. So yeah, if you want to get really fancy, you can use this. We'll do new game, tanker plant, regular extreme, so we can do the ration call, and so we can have a little bit more fun in Arsenal gear. So we can actually play the game as intended in Arsenal gear. Yeah, let's leave the radar on as well. We'll use the radar for a couple of Easter eggs. There are a couple of Easter eggs that require the radar. Not game over on site as well, so we can trigger alerts and again show certain things that are only possible to see in alert mode. The tags do not matter. 2001 is Sons of Liberty. 2002 is Substance. They had different tags on for different versions of the game. Back in the day, you could enter a competition to get your name in the game on one of the dog tags. And I guess they did a separate competition for the Substance release as well. Yeah, all those names that you see in the game, not all of them, but the majority of them are just fans that signed up for a chance to have their name in the game. Tomato juice, Jesus Christ, with another 20 pack. Good Lord, thank you very much. Let me just make sure I'm up to date as well here. Yeah, I think I am. Lightning Tremor was before that. Thank you, everyone.
I'm afraid it's been...
I'm not getting any sub revenue. I am getting donation revenue, though. So if you donate while I'm live, I will get the donation money. Same as usual, you know. It's what we always do for the 5-day marathons. And it'll be the same during my sessions here. All right, let's do it.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank. But our noses have been out in the cold too long.
Our boy is right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it's sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake! Cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. It's their game. Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon. How many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. K-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
All right. We're back. How's it going, everyone? Let me just check something here. My controller was running out of battery. Let me see if it's actually charging. It is. Okay, great. So here we are. It's really cozy, that opening scene, just listening to the sounds of the waves, the sounds of the tanker. It's always just so cozy. There's so many great sounds that play during that opening. Here we are. I'm a bit quiet because the HD collection is incredibly loud. Let me just turn the game volume down a little bit. Maybe it'll be balanced a bit better now. Let me know how it is. Game volume doesn't seem too loud right now. Oh my god! Better? Yeah, good. Yeah, the HD collection is so loud. I'll probably be drowned out a bit when we get to boss fights. It's down to like 40% on OBS right now. But yeah, here we are. We'll spend a little bit of time outside the tanker before we go inside. Admire some of the details. One interesting little thing here is the name of the tanker, Discovery. It's given the same name as the submarine in MGS-1. Thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery. The sub that he was on with the Colonel, Naomi. And it's a callback to 2001: A Space Odyssey. To the space shuttle or whatever it is in 2001. But yeah, interesting that they bring it bring it back again here. It always just makes me think of the only line that references it in MGS1 is the VR training line. Thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery. And of course, later on in this game's story, you have the whole question of Raiden's VR and the reality of what happened during the tanker incident as opposed to the virtual reality. You know, we find out that Raiden has completed the tanker in VR. Snake tells him that that he's sure it didn't accurately represent the events of that mission. So I always wondered if that's part of why they've named it Discovery again, to tie into the whole VR thing, but maybe not. Maybe they just wanted to reference 2001 again with another water-based vehicle. Yeah, the color scheme on the tanker is supposed to recall Shadow Moses. As well, the heavy green. The fact that it takes place at night as well, as opposed to the big shell, which takes place during the day. The colors, the atmosphere, the time of day, it's all supposed to evoke MGS1. Well, when we go underneath here, the rain stops and we just see the fog kind of pass through on the foreground. Flash. Cool that you get that flash on the screen. Even when you're not looking in first person, you'll get the flash whenever there's a lightning bolt. It's interesting what this game does with weather overall and time of day. It puts a lot of purpose behind it, I think, like symbolic purpose. You know what we were just talking about with the time of day here and the colors recalling MGS1 Shadow Moses. I'm assuming the thunder and lightning is no mistake either, with Raiden, you know, Raiden's name literally translating to thunder and lightning. And I always kind of looked at this as the lightning representing, you know, the foreshadowing Raiden's appearance, Raiden looming in the distance. Using his binoculars, another new mechanic that they add in MGS2, where they get crazy long vision when they use their binoculars.
Freeze.
What are you?
But yeah, then when we get to the plant, they play around with the time of day again, but we'll talk about that when we actually get there. Let's dump this body. What are you? Another cool detail here is that your actions determine the images you see much later in the game. You know, when Snake is explaining the tanker incident to Raiden and they're showing the pictures that went up on the web. As they call it. Those pictures are will actually represent what you did here. So I think one of the pictures we'll see later on will be Snake throwing some guy overboard like that. But you'll only see it if you actually do it. Ah! No. Well, that's one way to do it. I wanted to freeze him and then kick him over the rail. Because this is another one of the photographs that can appear on the website. You'll see a picture of that. Maybe we'll get that as a picture. You know, usually I set him up here and I kick him over. And I think that's usually the picture you'll get in that scene later. Right? It's just of Snake in the middle of his kick animation and the guy against the rail. But maybe now the picture will be Snake diving into the guy. We'll see. That'll be interesting to see if it shows up like that.
Unable to locate the alien soul. Nothing else will work.
But of course, all the pictures have to be of things you do outside, right? Because the ciphers aren't flying around inside the tanker. So all those pictures in that scene have to be of things that you do in this particular area. Another flash. Love how the splashes look. The footstep splashes, they look so good. Let's go back down this way. Oh yeah, of course. We picked up the Pentazemin. And there's quite a crazy little detail here with the Pentazemin. Let's call Otacon first with it equipped.
Push the action button near a scalable railing to hang off the other side. This is called hanging. You can use it to move around, hide, and even maneuver around an enemy's back.
You can move the left stick or use the L2 and R2 buttons to move left and right while hanging.
When you're ready to pull yourself up, just push the action button again. A grip gauge appears below the life gauge during hanging. The grip gauge indicates how tightly you're holding on, and steadily decreases as long as you're in hanging mode. That's right. When the grip gauge goes to 0, you won't be able to hold on anymore. You need to hoist yourself up before you fall off. Push the crawl button while hanging to jump down straight below. If the ground is too far below, you'll lose some life. In some places, you won't make it at all. Be careful of that.
I'm intrigued to see if you can get the long-winded babble reaction from Raiden on New Game, or if that's just an NG Plus thing. Remember last time? When you do some of those calls with Snake where he's talking about weapons and he's going into crazy detail, one of Raiden's reactions, what long-winded babble. If there's ever a call that goes on for, once it goes past a certain amount of time, that's what he'll say. Or maybe they have to be talking about certain types of detail as well. Maybe it has to be like, maybe he'll only respond that way if it's technical jargon.
What you're wielding right now is a converted Beretta M92F.
Yeah. Let's talk about the fucking Phantasm.
You have pentazamine in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Pentazamine is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family, and along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle, and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
So, mechanically speaking, you use the Phantasmin with a sniper rifle. But of course, we never get a sniper rifle playing as Snake. However, Otacon is correct about the seasickness. Because if you look at the tanker right now, see how it's wobbling up and down? See that wobble? And this is what would cause seasickness. If you could actually get seasick. That would be cool if you spent like enough time outside, or if you spent enough time on the tanker mission, Snake would actually start vomiting. That doesn't happen, but if we take the Phantasmin, look at the wobble. It stopped.
Otacon, I took the Phantasmine and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said...
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
Yeah, so I guess he is still feeling the effects of seasickness to some degree. In his stomach, he's just not vomiting. And they'll call back to this call later if you ask Snake about the Phantasmin when you're playing as Raiden. There's another funny call later that references this. All right, let's go back down. The camera wobbling will come back. You know, it only lasts for a few seconds, for like 20 seconds. See, look, it's wobbling again. I think what would be cool is if it actually affected your aim. You know, if you actually needed to take it. But, you know, like when you're aiming your M9, it's, you know, you don't need to take the wobble of the tanker into account or anything like that. That would be really cool. You know, if there was a slight wobble and you have to be constantly readjusting slightly to land headshots.
Freeze.
Close.
Are you going to shoot me?
They're all tough guys out here. All the badass guards, they're all developers, by the way. As in, their dog tags have the developers' names on them. And we need to get the USP before we can get their tags, before we can scare them. Next, we'll go up here and take a look at the sub. Three persons.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need.
This is one thing I really like about the codec system in MGS2. There's loads of calls like these that require the player to look at something in the environment in order to get the call. Like with this lifeboat, you have to come up to it and look at it, and then you'll get a call. Makes the environment feel more interactive. You don't really get much of that at all in MGS1 or even MGS3.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door's open.
MGS1 isn't similar in that regard, Sydney. I think MGS2 really stands out in that regard. That where not even MGS1 and 3 have too many calls like that. Like very context-specific calls that require you to be looking at an object. MGS2 is just packed with the lifeboat in here, the television inside, the lockers. Then when we get into MGS2, when we get into the plant rather, you get even more of them. The submarine in the first area, the gym suits, the bugs, looking at the nodes in first person. It's just endless. The bathroom, looking at the toilets and then sticking your face even further into the urinals. Locking yourself in one of the stalls. All the stuff in the B1 core with the hostages and Jennifer.
Freeze.
Hello there. MGS2 also has tons and tons of optional calls, but it doesn't have as many of those like contextual environmental calls where you need to be in like a specific part of the map looking at a specific thing. Oh yeah, like there'll be loads of area specific calls. Like you won't be able to trigger a call until you get to a certain area. But I'm talking about unique things within the areas. Like object related calls. I think that's where MGS2 is particularly unique with its optional calls, that there's those very specific contextual calls within areas. Let's see. Ba-da-lum-bum-boo-doo. Bop-a-cha-bop-a-cha-bop. A little look left and right. Love just a little bits of water here inside. Of course, this is the door that leads outside. Makes sense you'd have a few drops here. Little puddle. That can still give your position away because they leave footprints.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
That's Snake's heartbeat, by the way. It's making it seem like it's the poster that's doing this to Snake. Like he's about to have a heart attack. This is a bit silly, actually, because the reason his heart is beating like that is because this guard is nearby. But the guard is asleep, so he shouldn't be really... He shouldn't be so tense. I wonder if it does that in the original game as well. Okay, I think we'll let him go. The heartbeat is just based on the proximity to the guards. Yeah, like regardless of whether they're awake or not. I feel like it should only be if they're awake. What the hell are you doing, man? Yeah, that's what I was wondering if it's maybe it's a blue point issue or maybe it's in the original game as well. Something worth checking. Another little thing here if we knock right here.
Move!
We'll get a special evasion sequence. Just one more look. And off he goes.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
Move!
Oh, they just got distracted by the same one. They can get distracted by the other one. I didn't even know they could do this twice in a row. Well, you can keep triggering it, okay.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
Move! Move!
I think it's more or less the same thing. He see That's pretty good, actually. He doesn't notice the poster, but he sees that his friend is
Return to your positions.
entranced by something.
Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
The second guy's exclamation mark first went off just by looking at his friend. Bad Humans, yeah, Here, I'll show you. About a lamp-a-dump. Oh, look at you, lucky, taking out your binoculars.
Enemy in the area. Increase security level.
Weird, all you were able to see there was a wall. Why did you take out your binoculars? So you could stare through the wall? Oh. About a lamp-a-dump. I'm assuming he wouldn't be able to see through the wall, but yeah, bad humans. Here, look. If I have a sleeping guard in a locker, right next to Snake in another locker, his heartbeat will still be going crazy even though the guy is asleep. We were wondering if that's an oversight or if it's an HP collection issue. Because the idea is that it's Snake, you know, he's tense because there's a guy right next to him. You know, usually you get that heartbeat. The heartbeat is there to signify the guard getting closer to the locker while you're hiding in a locker. That's generally when you hear the heartbeat sound, while you're in the locker and you're looking at guards outside the locker. Even with the, yeah, even if the guy isn't close by, even if the backup guy is, even if he's the only guy in the area and he's asleep. A baka baka. I'm about to loop bump doo. Whoa, Jesus. Oh yeah, that's cool. You get the little scene for them noticing the crack. An unconscious enemy is still an enemy that can wake up. That's some lousy headcanon. But, okay. Yeah, I don't think Snake's heart should be beating like that if there's a sleeping guard. And actually, that's not even true, because guards stay asleep forever in lockers. They stay in an eternal coma once you put them in a locker. It's like that for MGS 3 and MGS 4 as well. Stick a sleeping guard in a locker and he will never wake up. Let's check out the TV over here.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise. And maybe give a little presentation?
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs. Snake, how long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission!
You gotta be joking.
And we can even shoot the TV. We got a fancy little animation. Hey, what's up, Nick? I'm battle lump a dump. Stick another 2 darts on these guys. Ooh, are you gonna walk all the way to the end here? No.
Freeze.
This guy. I forgot that he falls asleep here. So this guy is covered in flies.
Please don't.
Seems like this guy needs a shower.
Please don't.
Anything else you have? Oh, it's the ration.
Please don't.
And now that I've taken the ration, can I not get the tag? Oh, he hit another one. Wow, that guy is 2 rations? But yeah, now that I've taken his ration, the flies will follow me. Takes a while for them to catch up to you as well, if you run away from them. They don't just stick to your model. Of course, over here we have the legendary ice cubes, which will melt. A real tech demo of an area, this, with all of the little interactable things in it. Melting ice cubes, which will gradually shrink. The fancy bottles, where if you shoot it at the top, it'll shoot at the top. Shoot it at the bottom, it shoots at the, it'll break at the bottom. You can even interact with the little plants here as well. Kick the leaves all over the place. The magazines. You can continue to shoot the magazines even when they're on the ground, I think. Yeah, to see the other side. Love that. So many little touches. Then, of course, when you walk on the glass, you get different sounds. Just all the details. What's interesting as well about these flies that follow you, once we leave the area and move on to another area, the flies will be gone. Except, are they really gone? Let's look in first person. Do you see that? Look at him. One fly will stick with you. You know, I'm not sure if I ever checked to see if this fly is still here when you go to the area after this. The fast harpy thing is also in Japanese Sons of Liberty. You just tested it, bad humans. Okay, okay. You can see him outside in first person as well, but... yeah, I saw him there. Hovering around his leg. I really like this little touch. Where just one fly sticks with you when you move between the area. Shadows, new technology, even more fancy PS2 technology. This guy checking out his gun. Now you can see the fly very clearly here.
Freeze.
Huh? Don't kill me.
Spank.
Snake, in some locations, the lighting makes your shadow longer and more noticeable. The enemy might spot your shadow, so you want to watch out. Turns and corners are especially dangerous. But the same holds for the enemy. If you spot someone's shadow ahead, you can avoid unnecessary risks.
I always felt like this was supposed to be a bigger deal in this game overall. Like they introduced this shadow mechanic, being able to see the enemy's shadow, but also needing to watch out for your own shadow, alerting the enemy before they see you. It's really... I can only think of like 2 areas in the entire game where this actually factors into gameplay. This being one of them, and the bottom of strut A. I think the bottom of strut A is the only area on the shell where the enemies can spot your shadow before they can...
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
Understood. Search team to the portside staircase. Deck B.
Before they,
Cautions.
I think that's the only area where they can spot your shadow. The vamp fight is another cool part of the game that plays around with shadows, you know, where you need to watch out for the lights, and he has that special attack that he can only do if you leave the lights on. But yeah, I wonder if they originally planned to utilize shadows more.
Freeze.
Help!
Ba-da-lam-ba-dam. Yeah, I remember there was one playthrough I did a while back where I forgot that the mechanic was even a thing. And I was playing the bottom of strut A, and I didn't know why I was getting caught. I was like, how the fuck is this guard seeing me? And then I realized it was my shadow hanging out. He saw my shadow. Really cool. It's a shame the game couldn't utilize shadows more like that. Because it's pretty cool. I quite like how MGS4 utilizes shadows. You know, how it affects Snake's stress. How some areas are warmer than others, and in those really warm areas it can be a good idea to find shade to lower the stress.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top level. Go up.
Chaos Theory is a game that, like, revolves around shadows, right? I think I remember people saying that. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Like, shadows are, like, the core part of the game, hiding in shadows and playing around with shadows.
Snake, don't let the enemy spot you. Once you've been discovered by a sentry...
I'm not sure if it has that mechanic where enemies can spot your shadow sticking out, but it probably does.
According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on.
It's more than just a chaos theory thing. Shadows are basically like lockers in Splinter Cell. Okay.
The Metal Gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own Metal Gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps Metal Gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
So, there we go. First mention of the Patriots in an optional call, no less. They're theorizing about the Navy's own version of Metal Gear, which is, of course, turns out to be Arsenal Gear. So just early hints related to Arsenal Gear, the Patriots Metal Gear project.
When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing wide open on the web.
Don't you think that the authorities will just shut us down?
Probably, but it won't matter. There'll be mirror sites spawning within minutes after those images go up. We won't even have to ask. People will be grabbing the pictures. There's no way anyone can stop it. Information has a life of its own, and as long as it lasts, it'll keep existing, even if it has to change its form or location.
Life?
Yeah, the desire of people to learn, the demand for data.
That's called idle curiosity in my book.
Everyone's got some of that, and sometimes it can pave the way for truth. That's what I believe.
Slightly more optimistic than the Patriots' outlook at the end of the game. Wasn't me. Okay, let's see. Is the fly still here? It'd be cool if he stayed for the whole tanker, but I don't think he does. I think he's gone now. A bottle. Go. Get some chaps. Nothing here on extreme. Oh, we haven't done any save calls yet.
Do you want to save, Snake? Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
Great. Snake sounds genuinely enthusiastic to hear more of these calls. Let's see how he sounds after a couple more. Oh, you're going... Okay, I'm gonna wait for you to come back. Now I think I'm gonna wait for this other guy to see him. I don't really know what I'm doing.
Freeze.
No!
Mo! Hello there. Yeah, I'm just gonna drag all these guys into the kitchen here. Usually I don't fuck around here until after the Olga fight.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right. And they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right. There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives. If you need to see exactly where the beams are, you can use the usual method. There's a fire extinguisher over there. Break it open and try scattering some of the extinguishing chemicals.
Okay. So now, once we enter this little pantry here, another guy magically appears on the map. The trailer pantry, yeah, where Snake has a FAMAS. I wonder if they originally did intend for you to get a FAMAS on the tanker. Or maybe they put it there specifically for those scenes. For those trailer scenes that were in the actual game itself. This poor guy is wrecked. Yeah, if you keep following him around here, he almost passes out up here. Poor guy. And does he go and have another sleep here? Is this his routine? Oh no, he leaves, huh? Oh, he does leave. Okay, where does he go next? I think usually I trank him before he gets the chance to leave. Oh, is he going back down the stairs? He's leaving the entire area. Is he?
Who's that?
Oh! He tripped the lasers. Amazing.
Snake, what's wrong? Snake! Snake!
I'm trying to think if I've ever done that before accidentally. Yeah, they can also trip the lasers. Whoa.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice. As soon as you're spotted by an enemy soldier, he'll call for backup on his radio.
I'll get right on it.
Yeah. Should comment on these guys as well.
So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
Can also interact with the ketchup and the salt here. Love the little puff of salt. I'm getting a little bit low on M9 ammo. You have any, sir? No. Any under the table? USP ammo. More USP ammo. Ha! Perfect. Doom-ba-da-lump-a-dump-a-dump.
Time to save? Okay, there's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
I do, Snake.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is After pushing the crawl...
Just want to make sure we're up to date on all the story-related stuff.
If it's about... Change to first...
Yeah.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Yeah, why did Sergei think it was a good idea to fly fucking Kasatkas around the New York harbor? They specified that it's the KA-62, the civil model. Is that supposed to be like part of an explanation as to how they're getting away with it because it's a civilian model? But it's still a fucking Kasatka, right? So, I don't know. Love how we can see Olga here again if we decide to strafe. But even here, even if you do strafe to get a better look at her, they still obscure her face. She's already obscured naturally by the game. You have to go out of your way to strafe to see her, but even when you do that, she's still obscured. Holding the radio up. In the script for the game, there's a note next to Snake's grumble there, which says when Snake sees this woman, he thinks of Meryl. And then if you're playing the Japanese version of the game, you would then see that this character also has Meryl's voice. They have the same voice actors in the Japanese version of the game. And the scene itself, the next scene, the standoff between both of them outside here before the boss fight, is supposed to recall memories of Snake's standoff with Meryl outside of the cell in MGS1, except it's like the opposite version of that, where instead of dealing with a rookie, you're dealing with someone who is very professional. So it's like she's the opposite of Meryl in a way. That's how she's being characterized. But I think it's also supposed to be kind of surreal as well, because you're like literally hearing the same woman's voice. So yeah, kind of interesting. Let's call Otacon. There's a couple of other good calls here as well.
There's something about that soldier who was standing outside the infrastructure. I think you should check it out. Use the hatch on the port side of the infrastructure to get out onto the navigational deck. That's where you need to go. So that's the KA-60 Kasatka, a multi-purpose military helicopter built by Kamov, the Russian aerospace firm. It adapts to a variety of missions: troop and weapons transport, medevac, target marking for attack choppers, even all-weather surveillance missions. It uses Fenestron-type tail rotors. That's what makes the distinct rotor sound that you picked up. It is a Russian helicopter, but we can't be sure that the hijackers are Russian military. After all, Kamov did make a civilian version, the KA-62. And there's also the KA-64, the export model. This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone. When you're flattened against a surface...
Okay. Shh, gotta be quiet.
on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Here we go. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, nice. Oh, that was frame perfect.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit
I shot her
was
as
my life, my family.
I shot her as soon as it was possible to shoot her there. As soon as the iframes disappeared.
We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
There's a cool detail here if we go over to hide. Oh yeah, now she's looking for me. Whoa!
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
She was about to throw a grenade there, it looked like, but then her animation cancelled. I was curious to see where that grenade was going to go because she didn't know where I was. Bum 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 bum. Suck my balls. Yeah, there it goes. Now she knows. But if we go and hide over here... See how the music stops. Whoa! Whoa! Wow, that didn't hit me! What the fuck? I didn't even know she could throw grenades over that far. That's cool. But yeah, the music isn't as intense when you hide here. And it's usually to signify because you're not you're not as in danger, but it seems like you kind of are if she can still throw grenades over there. You know, the tension is eased up. It's not as explosive, the music. But she can still throw grenades here. Another thing you can do here is make her laugh at you.
What do you think I am, stupid?
I think that's the only time you ever hear her laugh in the game. Another thing we can try and do, we might not be able to do it this late into the fight, but let's try. She's just gonna shoot me. Ah! Yeah, she can react to you taking pictures of her as well. Come on, I just want to take your picture. Fuck.
Snake! Snake!
I think maybe you have to take pictures early in the fight.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We share everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
I'm just gonna let her monologue play out, and now I'll try it. Ah!
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Ah! Say cheese!
What do you think I am, stupid?
There we go!
What do you think I am, stupid? 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 What do you think I am,
I seem to be distracting you.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Maybe I do
What
think
do
you're
you think
stupid
I
because
am,
you're
stupid?
failing to land
What do you think I am,
any of
stupid?
those shots.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Shoot me then if you're not
What do you
stupid.
think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
Bum, 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 bum. Ah, you bitch! Bum, 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 bum. Let's see if I can catch her here. Probably gonna die again. Ooh, I saw your arm there. Oh! Oh, we get the flip. Nice. Does Olga have a move where she can like throw multiple grenades? Doesn't she have an alternate grenade throwing thing? I was just wondering earlier, remember when she cancelled out of that grenade throw earlier while she was looking for me? It just brought back some memory of her like throwing grenades in random spots when she can't find where you are. Like if she loses track of you. Maybe that's not a thing. Bum 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 bum. Fuck you.
Snake, she has grenades. You can't stay in one place. Keep moving around and you'll be safer. Snake, you're not the only one with a gun. If you don't take cover, you'll get hurt. Hide behind something. She may be hiding too, but you have a clear shot whenever she decides to attack. Use the first-person view attack.
Yeah, she does go ham on the nades. She doesn't see you for that. Okay, I thought maybe I was imagining that because I hadn't seen it in a while. It might not be possible at this point in the fight. Nice. Let me go back here again. Oh, she altered the throw. Okay. What? It's really awkward on the highest difficulties. You. Nice, I got her. You can't shoot out the light. Or maybe you can on regular extreme. Although I don't think you can even on regular extreme. Nice.
Cipher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man.
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
Okay. Mei Ling, are you in the chat, Little Dragon Mei Ling? You, Mei Ling donated to me earlier, but on my account. To my Streamlabs instead of Outer Heaven Streamlabs. And yeah, just so you know, you can, if you donate to Outer Heaven while I'm streaming, the money will go to me. So you don't need to go to my you don't need to donate to my own links or anything like that. That's okay. I'll thank her when she shows up again. Yeah, she donated 50.
She's not dead, is she?
No, just knocked out. Good. Looks like a little angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
Or Meryl, man. Yeah, if you donate, the donations will go to me, but it will still get added to the timer.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
The little kiss. You are twisted, Snake. See all the setup here for the sensors. Look what she was hiding behind as well. The same panels that they use for the Semtech sensors. And of course, that's what she was talking to Gerlukovich about as well on the radio. climb up here, get some thermal goggles. Now we have to stop and watch for the lightning, which is our tradition. I really like how realistic the thunderstorm feels here. You're not just getting flashes of lightning all the time. Sometimes you'll get a few of them in a row. Sometimes you'll have to wait like a couple of minutes before you'll even see one. That's why I like to stay here for a minute to watch out for them, because they are kind of rare. Whoa! There's one minor flash. There's a huge variety of them as well. Like the one, I didn't even really see a lightning bolt that time. It just felt like a little flash. But sometimes you'll get like really big lightning bolts. Sometimes they'll be very small. They appear in all different sizes. Sometimes you'll get like a really big thunderous sound. Sometimes you won't. Yeah, sometimes they just look really good, so I like to stop. Observe here. Hey, another little one. Take a break and call Otacon.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... Hold on a second. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
Earnings? And someone was asking about the flag down there, the symbol on the flag. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with the flag. I think it's supposed to be like acrylic letter. Hey, another one. Yeah, I've always wondered about the significance of the symbol as well. Okay, next time, next one we see, we'll go. Is that phi? Yeah, I think that's used for the phi symbol as well. But yeah, well, like what significance it has to the game, I don't know. I've always wondered. Come on, one more. One big one. One big juicy one. Ah, that didn't count. Damn, that was high up. Don't usually see them that high up. Yeah, is it a symbol that's associated with the Marines in any way? I don't know. It's supposed to be a flag that was put up by the Russians that took the ship over. Kind of makes me think of Solidus planting his flag on the big shell later in the game. The Sons of Liberty flag. Yeah, because it can be seen as that Russian letter as well, right? Okay, I promise we won't wait much longer. 20 seconds. 20. 19. 18. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Ha! We're only getting small ones. Unless I missed a big one. These bite-sized lightning bolts. Ooh. 5. 4. 3. 2. I really want a big one. 1. Look at this. They're being so greedy. Small little thing again. Okay, alright, I'm leaving. 10 more seconds. 10 more legit, 20 legit seconds, and then I'm going. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Ah! You fucking bitch of a game. 1. One more. Just one more. I'll take what... Whatever the next lightning bolt is, that's going to be the last one, whether it's big or small. But I'm waiting around for one more. I was just sure we'd get at least one during that countdown. Did I miss one there? This would be a really good wallpaper to have. Or, you know, maybe to... Ha! There it is. Ah, I guess that was a pretty nice one. Better than most of them. Okay, 10 legit seconds. And if there's no lightning bolt within those 10 seconds, we're just going to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, hold on. We need to talk to Otacon about thermal goggles.
Snake, I know you're into high places, but do you think maybe you can head down into the hold sometime this year? You're here to take those photos of Metal Gear, remember?
That's quite fitting. Yeah, tell me about the thermals.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either. If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably hear it. Keep that in mind. Having the USP will make combat easier, but being undetected is still the best way to go, okay?
The WWF champion with the 5-pack, thank you very much.
You have the thermal goggles equipped, huh? They provide night vision by using variances in heat distribution to create an image. It uses a two-dimensional solid-state projection system to create high-res images at 60 FPS in real time. By using the thermal goggles, you can take a look at the enemy's neck to see if they have dog tags or not.
60 FPS in real time. Yeah, because of course, this was 60 FPS on PS2 as well. He's telling the truth. I don't think they talk about this device, do they?
Snake, Metal Gear is in the hole.
No doubt about it.
What does the symbol mean? We were talking about this before. I'm not really sure what the significance of it is. It's the phi symbol. It's from the Greek alphabet, or the very similar to a Russian letter as well. I thought maybe it had something to do. Maybe it was planted there by Krlukovic and his people who took over. I'm not really sure what the significance of it is, really. I've always wondered that myself. WWF Champion, thank you for gifting a sub to Cosmic Void as well. Quick.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Yes. I think I will. Oh shit, Little Dragon Mei Ling. Little Dragon Mei Ling, thank you for the 50. Are you in the chat? Battle da ba da ba do.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone.
Hey, Mei Ling, thank you. I'll get your other 50 as well that you sent. Did you hear me when I was talking earlier? Yeah, you don't need to donate to my account while I'm streaming here. If you donate to Outer Heaven while I'm streaming, I will receive those donations. But that's like 100 that you've sent now, I think, Mei Ling. You were talking to DRK about it. Okay. Thank you. Cheers.
Push the L2 or R2 button while in...
Not in a million years.
Move the right stick while in corner view to look in that direction. The difference between this and using left step and right step buttons is that you won't...
There should be a call where they talk about the ciphers here.
If you have a weapon, select...
Gotcha.
Bodies can be moved to another location.
That makes sense.
I recommend you hide the... The cipher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance, and it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall. But I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Ciphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
You can also hide...
Yeah. You should have another one as well where they talk about Gerlukovic.
Snake. If your life gauge is down to the...
Gotcha.
Snake, the M...
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Aim the gun. Push the crawl...
Maybe we already did the Gerlukovich call and I just wasn't paying attention.
Didn't think Gerlukovich
Nope.
was involved, of all people.
Ocelot's former CO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. Looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
Okay, let's keep going. A boom, baka, chaka, baka. Ooh, I was a little bit late there. You're not gonna see me, are you? No.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Hey, Snake, what's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time, get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time. We're the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
Okay.
Oh! How did you see me?
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
Nope. Don't even think about it. I guess I didn't shoot far enough away in the other direction. I love how everything is still trashed here. Look at this place. Everything's still broken. The leaves all over the fucking ground.
It's the enemy.
Yep. The ice container still knocked over. Oh, the bottles come back though. The bottles actually respawn.
Raven?
Snake, that shadow, it's
him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
Snake, watch your step, okay?
What the fuck are you babbling about, Snake? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Hey, how's it going, Music Box? Good to see you. No, shoot the fucking light. I'm all out of ammo. These pictures during the Olga fight.
Good.
DRK likes his guns. Do you have any Metal Gear stuff you collect? No, I don't really. I don't collect merchandise or anything like that. All I have are the games. I would really like to get physical copies of the MSX games sometime. That'd be really nice. But other than that, there's not really much that I would want, I don't think. Physical copies of Metal Gear 1 and 2, Snatcher and Police Knots, that'd be pretty cool to have. But again, those are just the games. Huh? That poor guy. You kill the first guy. One cool thing about the engine room is that it is loud in here, which means you can make more noise than you usually can with the USP. The enemy's hearing range is not as good. I think Otacon will even talk about it here.
Snake, there should be a door into the holds in the northwest section of the engine room. Head west. Snake, the engine room is full of solid structures. You could probably use them to get away when the enemy's chasing you. Use the hanging mode wisely. That's the engine room. You can see the tanker's engine in the middle there. The engine noise is pretty loud, but that means the enemy's hearing will be hampered too.
Yeah. Strut E is the same way on the plank. You can make more noise than strut E.
The reason the ship's drive section is in the aft area is so that more oil tanks can be fitted into the middle part. A shortened propeller axle is another benefit. The simplification of the drive structure means a greater emphasis can be placed on hull strength. Snake, there should be a door into the holds in the northwest section of the engine room. Head west. Okay, now, infiltrate the holds and get those photographs of the new Metal Gear. Head downstairs.
Freeze.
No, don't even think about it. Ah, bitch. Well, I think you can knock them over this rail, though. Yeah, man, it's so finicky that.
I'm under attack! He's over there! Oh. I'm under attack! Who's there?
Who's there? Here come the boys. Ah!
There's somebody there.
And there's somebody there. That was a real call that time. All right, yeah, you have the shield. I can't do the trick on you. Fuck. Well, take that then. That's what I should have done. That would have been amazing. When I got out of the box, I should have just lunged at him like that. Did I not grab the second cardboard box? Oh no, I didn't go back to the pantry after using the lasers. Shit. After, you know, knocking the guy into the lasers, I mean. Ah! Yeah. Do I have any rations? I think I'm a dead man. Oh my god! I'm bleeding! I'm bleeding! Ah!
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
Yeah, it only just dawned on me that I was bleeding at the end, so they would have found the locker. That was fun.
Freeze. Freeze.
Bum 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 bum. Ba bum bum. Bum 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 bum. I did it too early. But that's okay, everyone else is knocked out. Apart from that other guy, seems like. But yeah, in the engine room we get to we can make more noise, so it's okay. I might get spotted here.
Freeze.
I should have shown off the poster thing in the midst of all that chaos. Oh, that guy up there is still asleep. I was aiming for your head, man. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, how did you scream? You were dead. Everything else is normal. Dead bodies all over the place. We cool? There's another crazy little detail here. I meant to show it while some guards were awake, but there are some posters here.
Good.
And for some reason, when you shoot these specific posters, they explode. And if there are guards that are awake in the area, you will trigger an alert. An alert sequence will automatically trigger when you shoot these posters. I guess because they're just too hot. They're too hot. They're ready to explode at any second. Next, I guess we'll level up our grip gauge. It's not something we really need to do, but actually, before we do it, let's reload the area just so we can save all our work here. That's why I killed these guys in the first place. Was so we would have just free space and time to level up our grip gauge. But since everything is normal, no alerts, yeah, if there are no guards awake, of course they won't be able to trigger the alert. So to level up your grip gauge, you can either do this, drop down, or do this, do regular pull-ups. This is the really slow way of doing it, the pull-ups, because each drop down counts for 10 pull-ups. So you're much better off doing it this way if you can. It's faster. Way faster. And you have to do it 10 times, 100 pull-ups, or 10 drop downs. Does leveling snakes gauge level riders? No. Did you know about the explosive posters, Music Box? I was just wondering what your reaction there. I thought maybe you didn't know. There truly is no reason. Well, no, there is. You can use it to get to like hidden areas in the tanker, down in the ray holds. I think you need at least a level 2 gauge to get to some of those spots. You didn't know about the posters, okay? You knew they were there, but you never shot them. Yeah, I mean, why would you? Oh!
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Yeah, you still need to fucking concentrate when you're doing this. Oh. Jeez. I think we'll just bring the gauge up to level 2 this time. I don't think you even get a call for the level 3. But yeah, on the plant, I don't think there's any reason to level up your gauge on the plant. I can't really think of any. Maybe if we got to visit more of those, more of those struts. Maybe they had plans originally with some of the unused struts. Wouldn't be surprised if they had plans, but they just didn't have time in the end. You could hang your way across the connecting bridges if you didn't want to fight. Yeah, you don't need a high grip gauge for that though. You're perfectly fine doing that with just a level 1 grip gauge. I guess like the AF connecting bridge is pretty long, but like you really don't have much incentive to hang all the way across it. If you in the early game, there's the cipher there that would see you, and later on there's just not much of a reason.
Congrats, Snake. Looks like those pull-ups were worth it. Your grip strength is up.
There we go. The only reason to do it on the plant is to get a compliment from Rose. But even in this area, you have the wire. Don't think you need a level 2 gauge to go all the way across here, though. The rate at which the gauge depletes also depends on your health. If you have a low amount of health, it will rapidly deplete. Ooh. Hold on. I'm just going to reload the area so I don't die again. I lose my grip gauge. Let's do another silly Otacon call as well.
Time to save?
I see.
The Chinese have a saying, those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help, otherwise you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned? Right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept, so make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Ugh.
Ugh. Now I want to drop down onto this wire. And I guess from here, the only option you have is to drop down onto this. Yeah, grab the ledge here. Yeah, okay. That's an interesting way of getting from the top floor down here. That's cool. Hey! No, that probably wouldn't be faster. Fuck it, may as well bring it up to 3 now. We've come this far. Probably only have like 5 or 6 left. I always just mash the button here. It doesn't need to be like a precise single press. But even when you mash, it can be easy to fuck up. Hey, there we go, level 3. No special call or anything for level 3. Nice. Okay, let's continue.
Time to save?
I see.
Acquaintances agree, friends argue. That's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
Is Philanthropy just Otacon and Snake? And Nastasha was also a member as well. And then they had like various backers, contributors, people who supported the cause. Anonymous financial backers and whatnot. I think it's suggested that the Patriots were also backing Philanthropy to use them as a part of their project. You know, at the end of the game, when Otacon says it was one of our biggest contributors, in the post-credits call, I think that's supposed to be alluding to the Patriots.
Snake, there should be a door into the holds in the northwest section of the engine room. Head west. Do you want to... Oh,
would you like to see a game set during the time period between MGS 1 and 2? No, not really. I think In the Darkness of Shadow Moses kind of covers that nicely, I think. It's a cool bridge. between the games. We kind of already have it in the form of that book.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
Although I guess that's more of a retelling of MGS1 from a different perspective. But you know, it also feels like it's a bridge between both of the games as well in a way. Who was streaming Resident Evil 2 here the other day? Apache, I assume? I didn't see the stream, I just saw that it was the game title. Apache? Okay. Oh, that was weird seeing that. If it's anything other than MGS, it's Deus Ex, The Witcher. It's weird seeing Resident Evil. And for this photograph, it's a little twist. So you try and take a picture of the girl here, you get no response. Normally when you take the correct photograph, Snake will say something. But no matter how many times you do this photograph, you'll never get anything. And that's because you need to take a picture of the two of them.
Good.
There we go. And for some reason, Otacon finds this absolutely hilarious when he gets this picture. I think it's supposed to be because of like the joke that it's like he just finds the joke of it funny, the hand. I guess it is kind of an amusing thing. But he really finds it hysterical.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
What?
Look at the walls on both sides of the hall.
I see something. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives.
So this is what they were talking about.
Looks like it. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Reno, thank you for the Prime sub earlier. I don't think I thanked you. And Brewski with the 2 as well. I have not played the Attack on Titan games, no. That other guy is gonna wake up. Oh yeah, I forgot to show as well. You can shoot the flower here. And that will also highlight the lasers. It'll show you the lasers. Okay, I think we're ready to move on through.
Time to save?
Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means, where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means, that you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it. So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
That alerted you from that range. I don't fucking believe it. I wonder if we'll be able to trigger the thing now. We should be able to.
What? Somebody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that. Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
Classic. Now this guy.
Freeze.
Stop it. Now when this guy comes back up to his position, he falls asleep. He does wake up though, every few seconds. You have to be careful. Yeah, he can surprise the shit out of you if you walk past him at that wrong moment.
Nothing to report.
See, like when his cone appears. Even there! Even for that, like, half a second, he was awake. And again, there he stays awake for a few seconds.
Nothing to report.
Yeah, there's the little jolt, the half-second jolt.
Nothing to report.
Womp, womp, womp.
Colonel, we have sealed the stern hatch.
All right.
The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Here we go. Ah, bitch. Come on.
Aim for the lights.
Oh, I'm being really bad. Oh, really? I'm gonna die if I'm not careful. Bum, 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 bum. Wow. No. So sloppy. At least you got to hear more of the music this way, though. Usually it's too fast to properly listen to the theme.
Who goes there?
Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the?
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
Remember,
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
Okay. Let's do it.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of
First,
rogue
I'm just
states.
gonna wait for this guy to get into position.
They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development of Metal
Yeah,
Gear
people
Ray
sometimes
as a
ask, like,
countermeasure to
why does Ocelot shoot that guy, that Gorlukovich soldier? If I had a reason for it, I would say it's that he sees, you know, he was watching what happened with Snake and the guards. He saw that this guy was being a bitch. You know, he was along with them, but he didn't have the guts to stand up to Snake. You know, he watches as Snake leaves the area, and you know, you see that sigh of relief he gives when he closes the door. And he's like, "Oh, okay, he's gone. I'm not going to have to deal with him." So I was thinking maybe Ocelot killed him just because he didn't like how cowardly he was.
Pirated weapons force.
And of course, he has no loyalty to Gorlukovich or these people, really. So it's, you know, the scene is supposed to highlight his betrayal in that way. That he has no loyalty to these people, and this guy is alone by himself, and he just witnessed him cowardly retreat from Snake while he was along with those other guys.
The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat.
I always saw it as one less person to deal with when Ocelot finally backstabs Gerlukovic. Yeah, maybe that's the way you could look at it as well.
The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this.
The cool detail here, notice how the projector, how the light ascends,
This weapon
how
will
it kind of
render
rises
all
up
other
like that.
Metal Gears
If you
obsolete.
cross over here, you'll get caught, right? Because Snake will interfere with the light. He'll walk across the projector's light, and his shadow will
building
get
up their own
cast up there.
Metal Gear Force will think twice about
But
their
if you
nuclear
go all the
strategy
way right
in
up to
the
the
light
end
of the
here,
military dominance spelled out by
you actually have enough space to go underneath the light,
Ray.
like that. So you don't actually have to crawl to get past it if you're right up at the very top of it.
The shift in the balance of power
neat
will
little
mean a new
detail.
world order. And we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its
Okay,
military
let's just show what
affairs.
happens if I cross the light. It's been a while since I've seen it. Yeah, look at his head. The shadow of his head sticking out at the bottom. The sub points went down by 2. Right. Yeah, that can happen.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
That's not abnormal. Subs expire.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear Force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces.
Yeah, no, that's the
only
total
thing that
sub
can
count.
stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray.
I love what they do with the sound here. Another subtle detail with the audio.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears
When you go into this hallway,
nations building up their own Metal
the commander sounds all muffled.
Gear Force will think twice about their nuclear
And then when we
strategy
open the
in
door,
light of military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order.
Gets a bit louder.
We, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to
yeah, let's do this one
interference
next.
from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind.
Oh yeah, we can also take a picture.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more
First
different in
try,
nature from the
although we
Navy's.
didn't get Snake's
There's
dialogue.
the
This is another thing that's buggy in the HD collection. Sometimes this picture registers, sometimes it doesn't.
add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact that players in favor of such policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. I have a daughter. In the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
At the moment,
one of the best
every
Easter eggs.
industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
With Ray.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish.
Okay, now we're just gonna chill and listen to a bit of his speech.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force would think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. We, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
So once he talks about the Navy here, Otacon will comment on that part of his speech. Which is another neat little detail here.
Interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps.
So now we'll call up Otacon and he should comment on it.
Snake, the tankers... Snake, take those pic... You absolutely... The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army, so it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear. So the Commandant says the Navy is leaning on them, huh? I'm sure the Navy isn't happy about the new Metal Gear prototype being developed. From what I can tell, the new model can make an approach, launch an attack, and execute takeoffs from the ocean without any support. If the weapon makes it past the testing stage, it could render aircraft carriers, battleships, even submarines obsolete. It's a matter of life or death for the Navy as an organization. And if it's true that the Navy has its own Metal Gear in the works, that's another reason for them to get nervous.
The enemy...
There we go. Lots of Arsenal Gear foreshadowing. The Patriots project under the Navy's name.
The only military.
And here we're just going to repeatedly move back and forth between these areas.
Ours is not the only military.
And if you do this enough times,
ours is not the only.
The Commandant will say something different.
Ours is not the. Ours is not the only.
You have to do it like 10 times, though.
Ours is not the only. Ours is not the only. Don't stay on the same ground. We're here to complete a mission. And that means moving forward. Take pride in being a Marine. Remember what that means. Only those who are willing to take risks can achieve victory.
What a great little detail this one is.
Ours is not the only military project to focus.
He just talks directly to the player
cannot be more
for a
different.
second.
It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
You know how you can watch the monitors here and you can see the Gorlukovich soldiers running in? Ah, Jesus Christ, don't look at me. I love how this is what they do to rest. Move around like toy soldiers.
I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children.
Now you can see the Gorlukovich soldiers run in on the monitor here in a couple of minutes. I wonder, can you see them run in game if you get to the final area at around that time?
Experience the
because you
horror
see
of
them run in.
war.
You see them run in on the walkway.
As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generations.
That would be amazing if you could
As a
actually see it
soldier,
in game.
I know that is my duty.
But you probably can't.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the Army's wreck.
Let's just wait here for it to
Cruise
trigger.
deep underwater. Move in undetected and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
Once we get to like 2 minutes, I think we'll see it.
George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the right! Intruder in the back! Intruder to the right! Intruder to the left!
Who the fuck was that guy? Oh, I don't want to wait around for that whole fucking speech again.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Suck my balls! I should have picked the 2002 dog tags. Because if you do, you can find a guy here that has Zero's name on his dog tag. You know how you can find out that Zero's real name is David O in MGS3? Well, one of the guards here on the tanker has a dog tag with the name David O written on it, which is interesting. But I think you can only get that in the 2002 version, because I guess they were working on the early stages of MGS3 by that point when Substance came out.
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue
my
states.
health is not good, but because I have the level 3 gauge, we should be fine.
They're all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability.
How's it going, Liquid?
The world is about to see a
Ainsley,
swarm
thank
of
you
these
for the
Metal
5
Gear
months.
derivatives. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Freeze.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat.
Yeah, I think it's this guy. I think this guy on 2002 has the David O tag.
Blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by
Is that
Ray.
the only MGS3 hint in MGS2? Yeah, I think it is. Like something that alludes to something in a later game. And like it's only there to allude to something in a later game. Yeah, I think so.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a
Camera
central
angle.
role in its military affairs.
Weird considering Kojima planned this to be the last Metal Gear game.
Some say that
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's only in the Substance version.
the strategic importance of
It's a 2002 tag, so it wasn't in the original version of the game. It must have been put there when they were in the early stages of making 3.
aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
Yeah, I'm not going to
Not
go
to mention
through there.
interference from
Let's
a
go.
major
Let's go all the
player.
way back.
But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than
Surely
you
it
think,
must be a
gentlemen.
coincidence.
Always bear that
Kind
in
of a
mind.
unique name, though. David O. Surname OH.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot
Pretty
be more
crazy
different in
coincidence
nature
if
from
it
the
is.
Navy's.
Some random fan
Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear
with the name
proliferation.
David O.
It is a fact. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project.
Oh my god, I didn't
But
even
I
see him that
promise
time.
you that they will not succeed. I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish
That'd be cool if it was a fan's name and then they just decided to give Zero that guy's name because they liked his name.
to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation.
I reckon it's probably
As a
just a
soldier,
cheeky
I know that is my duty.
little nod to 3 though.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System.
But yeah, it's kind of a weird thing to do though. At the same time, like why put Zero's name as a random tag in MGS2? It'd be a cool question to ask.
Identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great...
Time to save?
Yeah, that's what we were saying just now, Bad Humans. That'd be cool. I always figured, you know, like a part of the reason they called him David O, you know, because he's 0, and O is like 0. Like the letter O. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird.
Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Well, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
Aim to misbehave with the 103 months. Thank you.
Time to save?
So what I'm reading online was some MGS3 document got leaked that had David O in it. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city. So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris, I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Huh? Sorry.
Wait a second. Are we getting the games in Japanese with English subs? When was this announced? It says it on the Steam page?
He has a sting that nature never gave the mantle. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads.
I thought it was common knowledge. No, not to me.
But even you will have heard rumors.
I mentioned it well after the collection was announced, saying that that was the one thing I wanted. And nobody said that the collection had Japanese with English subs. Yeah, this is the first I've heard of it. I haven't heard anyone else bring it up, and we've been talking about it for, you know, obviously since it was announced.
Was that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community. The Metal Gear Rex...
Steam page says it has Japanese audio and Japanese subs, but nothing about being able to play them with English subs or anything like that. Okay.
Development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first...
Yeah, this is the first I've heard of it.
...taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military.
Okay, now watch.
We are here today to flush
up on the walkway. Look at them. Look at them. Look at the Galukovich soldiers.
That is our
Look at them go.
We'll bear that in mind. The proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render a
We should see them again in another shot as well coming up.
Obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further their own power and influence. The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms race of that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. The Metal Gear Ray you see is here to prevent that possibility.
We should get another shot, right? As well. Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
You must be tense. Let's do a little stretch.
Maybe that's it. You can see them grab one of the guys. You can see one of the Gorlukovich guys grab a Marine up there, but maybe that played and I just wasn't paying attention to it.
Right. Front. Down. Left. Right. Down. Front.
I can't wait to see Snake's Revenge on the collection. It's just hilarious. So many new people are going to be playing Snake's Revenge in 2023. It's great.
Front. Getting back to the topic at hand. The brain drain of nuclear specialists and the black market trade in weapons-grade plutonium has been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century.
I guess we'll move
Add
on.
Metal Gear to the mix, and the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over.
Forget about it.
This Metal Gear ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. This Metal Gear ray is a prototype designed to be operated by an onboard pilot. In its final form, Ray will be unmanned, driven by tele-existence and an autonomous control system. The importance of next-generation technologies such as C4ISR and RMA in battle situations has been discussed time and again. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
The National Missile Defense Program was
Clement, thank you very much for the 15 months. Cheers.
Initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMD trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure.
Only 40 seconds left.
The 1999 trial is now considered a chance after.
Oh well. Guess we're gonna have to do it again.
Solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the anti-ballistic missile agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning. President Sears forced
just let it die down.
Proposal through.
Start again.
Succeeded in deploying the program. Some say that it was a military interest, with plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval. I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development.
How much extra time do we get? 2 minutes?
More different in nature
3 minutes?
than Navy's. Theirs is a program that
3
will add
minutes.
fuel to the uncontrolled fire.
And next time, when it hits zero for real. He doesn't do this again.
Nuclear proliferation.
There's a cool little detail here. If we take out our camera, take a look around. Huh?
I seem to be repeating myself.
That couldn't be Ocelot.
Chalk it up to old age. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against West. This training needs to stay covert. Not risk jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover.
Freeze!
Ray is well worth all these precautions. Trust me. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own
Freeze.
Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you.
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Baton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the Tadil-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format. And the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No. Once was enough.
All right, let's press the action button. For military use only. Mounting local file systems. Here he's trying the passwords. Incorrect, incorrect, incorrect. And he gets it. Police Naut Scott.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first one I'm seeing is... So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything. But you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now. And the next one is... Ah, don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again? Next up is... Isn't this that soldier on the deck, Olga? I can't believe you took a picture of her, all things considered.
Nothing to say about the trank darts? Okay.
What's next? Yeah, another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something. Next up is... This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need. I'll just make a backup of this one.
Why are you blushing?
So, what's the last one gonna be?
Because he was laughing that hard.
Oh, this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Former President Sears did also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the MD concept.
Okay, I'm receiving the images. Okay, first up. Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? The last one is... the Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Okay.
It was he.
The writing on the ground, I think that's the area code for this area. It's in line with how they're written for the plant, you know, the vanish point codes. I'd imagine this was what the developers used to code the rooms as well. And then in the plant, they actually tie it into the story where you can get the codes, where you can see the code on the mission failed screen, and how it aligns with the codes written in the environment. I'll talk about this more when we get to the plant. But yeah, I think this code is here to.
Your weapons in order to bring
this
Russia
is like the number given to this room in the game's code.
To approving a revision to the ABM treaty.
The B3 is probably...
Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the...
That dash 3 at the end is probably to highlight that this is the 3rd room in this area. Perhaps,
Shadow
maybe.
Moses. Even though the development of Metal Gear...
But yeah, I think you see W0 as the first 2 letters and numbers. I think you see that a lot on the plant. Kind of like how they organized that section in MGS4 in Eastern Europe, yeah.
Rex is still outside the bounds of official truth. Everyone in the international military community knows the facts.
Freeze.
Specs spread across the globe like wildfire. The nuclear race is on again. The only thing that can reverse its course is this Metal Gear.
Oh! Almost a strike.
Out of New York Harbor and conduct top secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert.
Wow.
Not just jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all these precautions. Trust me. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature
first one
never
was so
gave the
good.
Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
Oh shit, the timer's gonna die for real this time.
Marines will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Huh? Stop! Freeze!
Yeah, it's a shame we don't get a scene for this. Yeah, then the same thing just plays.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMD trial conducted in the year 2000
That's okay though, because I wanted to fail anyway, so we can get the last spooky photograph. It can either be Ocelot or the pictures of Kojima.
The program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the anti-ballistic missile agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning. President Sears forced the NMD proposal through and succeeded in deploying the program. Some say that it was a military interest, with plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval. I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. We will proceed out of New York.
That's the only pole like that in the game, yeah.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first one I'm seeing is... Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? The next image is... Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? The next image is... You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. Okay, last one's coming up. Okay, this works. It's a great front view. The photos from the left and the front are good to go. We have two left. One from the front right, and a close-up of the Marines lettering.
All right. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. We still need to do our last few save calls.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Do you know the saying, those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half-ended until the 90th league? That means... What does it mean? Okay, it means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study, stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me.
For some reason, when you get to the end of the tanker as well, you can no longer get reactions from Snake. You know, when you press R1 and R2. Maybe you can with his regular calls. Let me just test it. It's really weird.
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between...
Yeah, no reaction. Wonder is that an HD collection issue?
And conduct top secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert.
Okay, let's get the Marines picture.
Jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all these precautions. Trust me.
Trust me.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. The Chinese have a proverb that goes, scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts. See, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying.
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight.
Okay, we should be getting close now to the end.
Do you want to save? This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
News to me.
I love how insane these get by the end.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb, care avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey! Ah! What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh? So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there?
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know the Otacom's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine. Sure. And Snake, the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're cautious, you can avoid making serious mistakes. Even if you've gotten used to the mission, watch what you do. Good luck.
Yeah, Snake. Good luck.
You, I'm not done with. Let's discuss this, shall we?
Love Otacon's noises. Alright, there's one more and then we're done.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
What happened to Mei Ling?
She got mad and went offline.
What did you do?
Nothing. Now, don't we need to get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
That's it.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is... This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. So, what's the last one gonna be? Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Gurlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Gurlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program. Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid! The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's on.
location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's newsflash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
All right, we're done with the tanker. Let me just see if I have anyone to thank before we move on. Let me just check my dashboard. Panda gifted a sub to the New York Harbor. That is actually a Twitch name, huh? New York Harbor. Well, there you go. I think that's the only person I have to thank as well. Okay. The New York Harbor really needed that sub. So, again, just to go over some details in this next scene for any new people, for people that may not have seen MGS2 in a while, there are some interesting details in this next scene that you might have missed out on when you played the game back in the day.
9 years.
One of them is, of course, Raiden's voice. Pay attention to Raiden's voice during this next cutscene, because it's quite interesting. For the first few minutes of the scene, he has a different sounding voice. He has a lower sounding voice. He's doing what is essentially a Snake impression for the first few minutes of the next scene. And that is because his code name is not Raiden at the start of the next scene. It is Snake. The Colonel refers to him as Snake. And while he has that code name, he kind of role plays as Snake, and his voice is even different. And then once they change his code name from Snake to Raiden, his voice immediately changes along with his personality. When he is role playing as Snake, he sounds much more assured. There's like a back and forth between the Colonel and Raiden. They both sound like they're kind of on the same wavelength. And then that all changes when his codename changes from Snake to Raiden. Another interesting little detail to take note of is the Colonel. The Colonel is an AI throughout the entirety of MGS2. Raiden never interacts with the real Roy Campbell. And there are some early hints that the Colonel is an AI. And one of them is a piece of dialogue that he kind of fucks up. It's like the AI is glitching out or messing up its lines, playing dialogue that shouldn't be played. Obviously, many things in the plant are designed to mirror the events of MGS1. Many pieces of dialogue, events, whatnot. And one of those things that mirrors MGS1 in this next opening scene is when the Colonel says, when we need to reach you, the codec will beep. Except when he says this, he stops himself mid-sentence, and he says, when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. It's a very weird line of dialogue, and it's something that you probably hear, the first time you play the game, you're just going to hear it. You're not really going to think that much about it. You're going to forget about it like 2 seconds later. But it's a really cool little early hint that something is not right with the Colonel. The reason he stops himself mid-sentence is because he's fucking up the MGS1 dialogue. He's about to say, when we need to reach you, the codec will beep. But he doesn't. But that's not what the Colonel says in MGS1. In MGS1, at the start of the game, the Colonel says to Snake, when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. So he's fucking up his lines, basically. He's fucking up the script, and he realizes he's fucking up the script, and he goes back and he corrects himself. He says, when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. That's what it's getting at. So just an early little hint, something that you may not have noticed before. But yeah, pay attention to it this time. It's pretty cool. And there's loads and loads of other little details, but we'll get into those when we get into gameplay. I always think those two are just worth mentioning because they're You know, it happens in the next scene, and it can be easy to miss. The voice thing is crazy. Like, once you hear it, it's like, how the fuck did I not notice that before? But yeah, it's quite noticeable. He almost sounds like he's approaching Raiden, you know, or he kind of has the rougher voice. It's obviously not that rough, but the tone of his voice is lower, and his personality as well is subtly different. Let's save. Yeah, he sounds so much more confident when he has the codename Snake. He sounds so much more experienced, I guess. Cocky, assured of himself.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Know where your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the big shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the big shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the big shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit? Seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
Okay. So there we go. There we go. Another interesting little thing, or something that I think is kind of interesting at least, is the last shot we see of Snake during the tanker sequence is him submerging. You know, he's swimming in the water, and then the last shot we see him completely submerge. You know, his head goes underneath the water. And then the first shot we see of Raiden is the exact opposite, is him emerging from the water. He's underneath, and then we see his head pop up from under the water. So it's kind of like we're seeing the death of one character and the birth of another character. Or, you know, we're led to believe that this is the supposed death of Solid Snake. Of course, that isn't true, but yeah, I'd imagine that was intentional. With that last shot of Snake and the first shot of Raiden disappearing under the water and then appearing as this new character who is supposedly Snake at first. Again, I think it's interesting what they do with the weather, the time of day, during that opening scene where they're showing the Verrazano Bridge and Raiden appearing above the water. It's early morning. The sun hasn't risen yet, but it's just about to. And then when we get up to the next section and the elevator scene, it's the sun has just risen, and it aligns with the reveal of Raiden fully to the player, where he takes off the mask and you see Raiden for the first time. And it's like the kind of the time of day symbolizes that as well, that he has now been fully revealed. In the opening scene, while he still has the mask, no, the sun hasn't risen yet. It's not time to show the character fully. But then when the sun rises, he reveals himself. I think they even comment on that in the scenario book. They have like a note in the script commenting on that. I forget what they say exactly, but yeah, they just kind of... They comment on how the rising of the sun ties in with the reveal of Raiden. And then they do another symbolic thing with the time of day later with Emma. You know, the sun sets as Emma dies. Her death aligns with the sun setting. And I would imagine the thunder and lightning on the tanker is supposed to foreshadow Raiden kind of looming in the distance. Okay, let's take another look around here. Hey, how's it going, Billy? Good to see you, man. And how do I pronounce this name? Vino Inen? However the hell I pronounce your name. Thank you for gifting a sub. Gifting several subs. Cheers. Vino Inen. Panda, thank you for gifting a sub to Raiden as well. Raiden my nuts. How does Raiden get his suit? I have no idea. We don't know what Raiden was doing before the events of this game. We just know that he has never met the real Colonel in person. And yeah, that's probably supposed to be another thing that's somewhat suspicious, or something you might think of on a second playthrough, you know? With all this stuff mirroring MGS1. However, unlike MGS1, we do not get a briefing. We do not get a submarine briefing where the Colonel is clearly in the same room as Snake. You know, the briefing in MGS1 where they're all together, Naomi, Snake, and the Colonel. No briefing in this game. You're just straight into the mission. And they don't talk about any briefing that they had. They don't mention any briefing. But yeah, I think the idea there, or part of the idea with the name change, is to like literally put the player in Raiden's shoes, or maybe you could even say it's the opposite way around. You know, you think, because this was a big twist in the game. The fact that we were playing as Raiden, we thought we were going to be playing a whole game as Snake. Snake dies early on in the first few hours of the game, and then we're thrown in as this other character. And it just so happens that this part of the game begins with a character who thinks he is someone else, who is role-playing as another character, and then he gets that taken away from him in the opening minutes. So what happens to Raiden in the opening minutes of the game is what is kind of happening to the player, you know? They think they are Snake. Snake is your avatar. He is who you are as you play the game. He represents the player, and then that gets taken from you. You think you're Snake, and you're not. That name is taken from you, just like it's taken from Raiden. Will I get the shaver? Yes. Even though it's kind of busted on the HD collection. Hopefully they fix this for the Master Collection. I would imagine this will be something that's fixed. It's pretty... stands out. You know, if they're fixing shit like the laser on the M9, you would imagine the beard will also be fixed.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
Do you think they'll fix anything? Well, we already know that they fixed things. We know that they fixed the cutscene in MGS2 the standoff with Olga. On the HD collection, you don't see the laser from the M9 being pointed at Olga, where it should be there, and they fixed that in the Master Collection that's coming out. So, yeah, it seems like they care about fixing some of the minor problems, so hopefully. I highly doubt it, because they'll need to find a high-res, clean-shaven Snake model. Yeah, maybe Bad Humans. We'll see. Anyway, it's the M9 fix is a good sign, at least, that they, you know, I wasn't expecting them to fix anything. I thought it was just going to be straight up the HD collection with the archival footage replaced. But yeah, that M9 fix is a good sign, because I can't imagine that's the only thing that they fixed. It would be kind of weird if they just fixed the M9 and that was it. So yeah, hopefully we see some of the other issues addressed. George Sears's name fixed would be nice. Hopefully they sort that out. They fixed the survival viewer lag, it seems. Yeah, the codec lag would be amazing. Do we know if the codec lag has been fixed? You have to wait like 5 seconds for every call to load in MGS2, where it should be instant. That has been fixed? Do we know for sure that that's been fixed? Yeah? Hopefully the smoke effects are fixed in MGS3. The smoke grenades look terrible in the HD collection. Codec lag fixed. That's great. That's great. Saving times for MGS3, you would, yeah, I mean, it would make sense that that would be fixed as well. The long loading, all the loading stuff will hopefully be better. I have a feeling the nightmare will be gone for good. Something tells me that that might be impossible to put back in the game. For whatever reason. Let's lean up against this suit here.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Okay. Let's take a look at this sub over here. See what he has to say about this.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
It is not operational. It does not pose any threat. Yeah, so similar to the gym suits, it seems like. Doesn't look like it's being used. Like someone in the chat said, you get the impression that these are props. They're just more early indications that all of this is set up. That all of it is a big shell, a big cover-up. even stuff like the bugs here, they'll talk about how they don't exist naturally and how they've been altered. You get the sense that a real focus on just the reality of everything, the unreality. We'll call the Colonel in a few minutes and they'll talk about how even Raiden's blood is artificial. Props. Genetically altered bugs, modified bugs, artificial blood, artificial snake identities. Everything is unreal. Everything's false or fake in some way.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
So, if we let the bugs crawl all over Raiden here. You see, they do actually crawl all over his character model. Now, if we look in our items, we have sea lice, genetically engineered bugs for oil spill accident. Eats and decomposes oil. Rations are their favorite as well. And he says to get rid of it, we have to shake our items. And what he means by that is we have to rapidly move up and down the menu. Like that. You see there how it moved a little bit? But we have to do it quickly if we want it. There we go. You literally have to shake it out of your items.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the Big Shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the area. To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch. It should look like a door with a circular handle.
Another subtle change, of course, is the codec screen. The bars on the codec screen are not the same as on the tanker. And strangely, it looks kind of like a pistol, does it not? A pistol pointing at Raiden's head. Why did it not look like this on the tanker? The tanker's codec looks just like the MGS1 codec as well, by the way. You just get this kind of, you know, the bars just smoothly move up. But here it looks like it was chopped by a scissors into the shape of a gun. Almost as if we are a hostage to the Colonel's requests.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result. The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
Yeah, so there we go about the blood. It's quite an ominous call. Like, he's only finding out now that his blood has been replaced. He didn't know. That's kind of concerning. He's, you know, the mission is underway here, and he's just finding out in a random call, an optional call. You know, so this, like, wasn't even important. Like, the information wasn't even that important. Oh yeah, by the way, your blood is artificial. And it's been replaced. We have your real blood back here. So you better fucking do your job if you want to get that blood back. I guess that could also tie into the idea that we're kind of... we really need to do what we're told here. That would have been a cool detail for them to bring back up later on in the game. The fact that that the Patriots have our blood. Yeah, apparently it was going to be, originally it was going to be white blood in this game as well, but they couldn't get the white blood to look good on PS2. So they decided to stick with red blood. Raiden's blood is artificial in this game, but it's not white. And yeah, I think that was in the end it was a technical reason because they couldn't get the blood to look good. Which was designed to be a callback to Police Knots. To the artificial character in Police Knots who has white blood. So just a little tie in there. Tony Redwood is the character's name. Does Redwood have Raiden's VA? Do they share voice actors? Why does he need the artificial blood in the first place? I don't know. One thing I think is interesting is the nodes. How they tie the nodes into the story, like when he interacts with the node, that shock that he experiences. Where it's like you see electricity running through him. And then we can, you know, and then he interacts with like the literal game menu. Almost feels like this is what he has to go through in order to like connect with the player. It's kind of what it feels like. They're kind of getting meta with that aspect. Where he needs this artificial blood in order to interact with the video game menu. Artificial blood primed with nanomachines. But yeah, either way, whatever the reason, it just kind of adds to Raiden's artificiality. You know, our Raiden's character is all about his lack of identity. I want to do one more call before we move on here.
Raiden, that door is watertight.
Yeah, I know how to open it. We covered it in VR training.
True. Proceed with caution.
Redwood voices Gray Fox in MGS1 and Mr. X in MGS2. Or at least those sections where they play his audio in MGS2.
Move in close to the enemy when you have no weapon selected. You can throw him with the weapon button. The throw inflicts... Move in behind the enemy and push...
Move in behind the enemy with the weapon button.
Right. Push the R2 or... Once you see the codec screen, set the frequency by moving...
Yeah.
Right. When you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options. Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
Hey, so there it is. I'm assuming DRK got the version of that call in MGS1. This is another call that's directly playing off dialogue in MGS1. Early tutorial dialogue in MGS1. If you repeatedly call the Colonel in the first area of MGS1, he will have the same kind of call about distracting the enemy, leaning up against corners, and all that. And in MGS1, Naomi butts in at the end of the call, because it's all about distraction and luring the enemy. Naomi butts in at the end of the call, and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds and says, "Only a beautiful woman such as yourself." So that's where the Colonel is getting that dialogue from. Deception should be one of your strong points, or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman? He's taking that dialogue from MGS1 and reusing it here. Except here it seems to be another instance of him not really having the context for the dialogue. I always kind of wonder as well if it is supposed to be kind of playing off his relationship with Rose in some way, and the identity he's trying to hide from Rose. But again, later on, we'll also see the Colonel spout out lines from MGS1 where there's just no context for it. So you could look at that as just another indication of the AI not really working properly. You know, like later on when he denies that the ninja is in Foxhound, even though Raiden didn't ask him about it. He's like, "No, we have no one like that in our unit." And he's repeating the dialogue from MGS1, even though he shouldn't be, really. Here's something that's only in the HD collection. Metal Gear 2 Guns of Patriots is written on the door here for some reason. I guess Blue Point just wanted to add that. I don't know. Up here it says Metal Gear Solid 2 Guns of Patriots. You can see the full Metal Gear Solid, not just Metal Gear. Oh yeah, our suit is definitely Patriot tech. It would have to be, right, if we are a Patriot agent.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Echoes of Big Boss. Here as well, another bit of writing. Tank hangar. Snake off to swat some bothersome flies.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Subathon radar.
The Subathon radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Okay. Let me thank some people again before we move on. Solidus Ace, thank you for the $10. Sorry I'm a little bit behind. Solidus, there's nothing wrong. Watching your awesome marathon and subathon. Cheers. Hope all is good, dog. Solidus, thank you very much for the 10. Cheers. Hoticon, thank you for the 5 months and the 4 in a row. Jimmy, thank you for the 3. Subsonics, thank you for the raid. Panda, thank you for gifting a sub to Node Up. And Yurovich, thank you for gifting a sub to Jay Holloway. Cheers. Also, I think someone donated sound bits there as well. I don't think they work on my end, on my stream, so sorry about that, but I'll thank you on DRK's behalf anyway. So in this short scene, we get echoes of several things at the same time. We see Snake riding up the elevator. One of the first things we see in MGS1 is Liquid riding up the elevator before we do. Another character in the elevator before we get to the elevator. So the same thing happens here, except it is Solid instead of Liquid. And then we're told that Solid is now the terrorist leader of this event, so that kind of mirrors Liquid being the terrorist leader of MGS1. Snake filling that role here. Filling Liquid's role. However, we also heard Raiden say those words there. There's another intruder besides me. He's taken out 3 people. And that echoes Grey Fox in MGS1. Snake is the guy filling that little Grey Fox role in this scene too. He's taken out 3 guys. He's the other guy besides me. And Snake will continue to have that role in this game. We are told many, many times by the Colonel that he was an unintended part of this mission, that he shouldn't be here, that he's this wild card character that nobody was prepared for. And that was Grey Fox in MGS1. Grey Fox was the wild card character that was not an intended part of the mission, that nobody expected to be there. So that's interesting. Let's call the Colonel here.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
So now we're being told that this is level 1 of the VR missions. There's so much stuff going on here. So you might look at the area and at a glance, you might think, this doesn't really look like level 1 from the VR missions. And it doesn't completely, but there are parts of it that really do look like level 1 of the VR missions. And you just kind of have to look at it in the right way. If you think of the first VR mission in MGS1, the first VR mission of VR missions, it does start like this, where you are at the bottom left of the screen. You have an obstruction right in front of you. And if you go up, you also have a little slot to hide in, just like this. The rest of the area here doesn't really mirror level 1 from the VR missions. This isn't in VR missions level 1. All that shit over there isn't in VR missions level 1. But this is, and at the top right is the goal. And in VR missions, the goal is colored blue, just like the node. The Colonel also specified that it was colored blue. He brought the color to our attention. Maybe that was partly why. So yeah, the node and the goal is in the same spot as level 1 from VR missions, and this part is also very similar. But yeah, it's kind of like a mixture of things here. We have level 1 from VR missions, we have the dock from MGS1, and then we have stuff that you can't really associate with any of those. Stuff that is just particular to MGS2. So it's like a whole mesh of areas put together. Of course, you have the forklift as well, just like the forklift in MGS1.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
Okay. So, yeah, I have my suspicions regarding this scene and the guns, that maybe they aren't ID locked and the Colonel just wants him to pick up weapons where they've been laid out for him because that's what he needs to do to mirror Shadow Moses. To me, it always feels like Raiden wants to use real-life logic here, but the Colonel insists that he play the video game. He play by video game rules and what's been established in the previous game. There's a very interesting call later on as well when we get to Strut F, where again, the whole thing with the guns is very suspicious. You know, I feel like Raiden is right to ask that question. Like, these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality? Oh, you know, these are professionals, and I'm sure they wouldn't have their weapons be used against them. I guess it's just hard to trust the Colonel with anything as well, because he lies to you about practically everything over the course of the game. Why can't this be just another lie, you know? Especially when he has a really good reason to lie and it lines up with what we see later, you know? There are weapons laid out specifically for Raiden to pick up. We know that that's true. That they have set this up as a simulation, that there are... You know, that they've laid out these items for him. So it makes sense that they wouldn't want him to pick up these weapons if it's all supposed to go according to a script. But yeah, we'll talk about the weapons more when we get to Strut F. So, now we can enter in our code name. This is what gets imprinted on Raiden's dog tags. This is where he completely fuses with the player. Takes on the player's identity. If we enter in Kojimbo's name, we get his details. For some reason, they don't put the year on the HD collection. You cannot enter the year. You can on PS2. You can also enter in Yoji Shinkawa. A couple of the other names. Can you get So Toyota's details? Damn. No, so who else can you get, Bad Humans? You can get a little birthday message as well. Little happy birthday. Ikuya Nakamura works. Hideki Sasaki, of course. For those of you that don't know, Johnny is named after Hideki Sasaki. Johnny Sasaki. Been working with Kojima since forever. Still works with him. His lead character modeler. If you want to know why the character models look so good in Kojima's games, this guy has a lot to do with it. Lead character artist, character modeler. Oh, I guess it didn't change the birthday because I already manually changed it. Perhaps. Or maybe it's just fucked on the HD collection. Or maybe poor Sasaki just didn't get his name in it. I spelled it correctly, didn't I? Huh. Didn't seem to work. Yeah, I always wondered, like, why was Johnny named after Hideki Sasaki? Was he shitting himself throughout the development of MGS1? What was the deal? Anyway, what name will I put on the tags? No Sasaki, that's my bad. Just check the list. Okay, okay, so he's not on it. A forgotten star as usual? Yes, some celebrity name. Some old name that you haven't heard in a while. Noel Gibbon Fox. Steve Buscemi? Nah. Elvis Presley? Elvis Presley in the final scene of the game? Anyone you know? That'd be funny. Jeff Keighley? I like that. That's a good idea. I've never put Jeff on the tags before. John Cena? John Cena might be funny to see at the end of the game. But you won't be able to see it? Of course you'll be able to see it. You see it up close at the end of the game. You get a close-up shot of the dog tags. It's Raiden's defining moment as a character at the end of the game, looking at the name on the tags and then throwing them away. Panda, thank you for gifting a sub to Patriots Are Awesome. Burt Reynolds, Lamar Scrotum. Andre the Giant, Malak. Luciano Pavarotti. Pee Wee Herman. Douglas Adams? Fuck no. Come on, some fucking funny name, man. Glenn Close. Gabe Newell, Roy Walker. These are fucking bullshit names. Come on, something... We need something better. AJ, we put AJ a Panese Man up before. Maybe I'll just go for AJ a Panese Man again. I'm just waiting until I see a name that I really like in chat. Helmut Schmacker. That's a good name. Betty White. I like where you're going with Betty White. Some like old woman name. Betty or Ruth or Margaret. Something like that. But it needs a really good surname to go with it. Margaret Thatcher. Mother Teresa. saying fuck you to Mother Teresa at the end of the game. Throwing away her dog tags. Anyone you know? Fuck no, I don't know Mother Teresa. Throw that tag away. Throw that tag into the crowd. Okay, I think I like Mother Teresa. Agnes Kaku. Okay, I like this Mother Teresa idea. Okay, Mother Teresa it is. These guards might be awake when we come out of this screen. This is another issue with the HD collection. Sometimes if you spend too long on this screen, those guys will be awake when you come out of the screen. It shouldn't happen at all. Because it's actually possible to soft lock on European Extreme Game Over on site. Is Mother Teresa's Teresa spelt with an H? No, I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. Okay, we'll, Mother Teresa. What's Mother Teresa's nationality? Albanian? Albanian. Nobody knows. We got two Albanias in a row, so I'm assuming those guys know what they're talking about. Hold on. Mother Teresa. I really like this. I really like this. Okay, are we right with Albania? Wait, no, she's from India? North Macedonia. Are we sure now? Macedonia? We're good with Macedonia? Okay, okay, Macedonia. Okay. It's very important that we get Mother Teresa's nationality correct here. We don't want these dog tags to be false. Okay. Yeah, are these guys going to be awake? They're not. Okay, great.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Okay, they're about to wake up. Let's quickly get down to this guy.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Grab him. Quick!
I'm under enemy fire! Secure the...
Stay on the lookout. Gonna lure him down here. Ha! Spank!
Huh?
I didn't mean to do it like that. That's okay. Spank you. Lure this guy down.
Who's there?
Oh, who's there?
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
I love how alien this whole structure looks, even. Like, is there any real architecture that resembles the big shell? How this place is designed? With its hexagon struts and its connecting shells. And its weird bridges and... You know, even if you compare this to, say, Shadow Moses, there might be some more unreal or gamey parts of Shadow Moses, but it's not this, you know? It feels more like a real place. Like floating platforms. Yeah, they also highlight there that this is our first, or that we have never experienced daylight VR training, which again might make you think of how this mirrors MGS1. You come up in the elevator, but of course it's night. MGS1 takes place at night up until the very end, up until the last cutscene. The whole game is at night. And here it's the opposite, and we haven't done any VR in daylight. Pick up the bandage. Oh, I forgot to show the fucking bomb at the bottom of strut A. Shit. Up here we can see one of Fat Man's bombs. Long before we meet Stillman, we can see the bombs have been laid out. And at the bottom of strut A, you can also see the bomb that's down there. Except the bomb down there does not have a flashing green light. And that's because, as we learn later on in the story, for that one to become active, all these ones up here need to be deactivated. So there's a reason the one down below doesn't have the flashing light, while these ones do. But yeah, it's a neat little detail. At the bottom of strut A, you can see that that bomb, that final bomb, is down there. Door is locked. Snake also didn't slip on bird shit when he came up in the elevator in MGS1. Snake was very cool. Snake would never slip on bird shit. Snake would never be emasculated like this.
Raiden, the elevator's gone down. There's no need for you to return to the deep sea dock. Proceed with the mission. If you see an approximately waist-high railing, push the action button near it. You will be able to climb over the railing and hang down from the other side. This is referred to as hanging. Not only does it allow you to stay out of the enemy's sight, you will be able to reach locations that are otherwise inaccessible. You will be able to move left and right while hanging. You can use the capability move undetected. Press the action button again to climb up from hanging.
I bet you're still gonna give me this hanging tutorial later on, though, right? Let's step away from the rail.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the President was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor. The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood?
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go to Strut A straight away, though.
I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
Is there any truth to that, I wonder?
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood? Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
It's something I didn't mention earlier. This very noticeable voice change, that is not an intentional part of the game. That isn't in the original game. That is re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. So yeah, Paul Eiding's voice just changed a little bit over the years. And yeah, that's re-recorded dialogue. You only get those big voice changes for very specific tutorial calls whenever he has to mention controls. And yeah, I think they re-recorded it because they didn't want to, because they couldn't mention like specific controller names because of copyright or something like that. But if we look down at this hole in the fence, we can get another interesting call about it. We call the Colonel.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
That's fucked up, but it almost feels like the AI is failing. Yeah, it's kind of fitting. It kind of works out nicely. Kind of fits with the story in the end. Given that it is an AI. So, yeah, it's heavily implied that this is another hole cut open by Snake. Snake cut the hole in the fence that allowed us access to the big shell in the first place, and it seems once again we are following Snake's lead. All the doors are locked, and it's Snake who we're relying on to get us into the facility. What's kind of funny as well is as soon as we enter the next room, a guy comes up and opens the door. But he will not come up until we go inside.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Yeah, what would we do if it wasn't for Snake, right? The unintended part of the simulation. He's helping us before the mission even gets started.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
And up he goes. Ba-da-ba-doo-doo.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
How?
Hmm?
No.
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
Get real, Colonel. You get it? Because he's not real? Okay. Let's go interact with the node. I love how this room looks, this area. Look at it. So shiny and sleek. Not a bit of dust in this place. Not a single bit of dust. So clean. We can get an interesting call about this node as well.
Logging into a node will permit you to use the radar and the overview map of the area. You will also be able to access other functions such as option changes. Customize the settings according to your needs. That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago, the tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
Okay, whatever you say.
According to the SEAL Team 10...
No. Tell me about the fucking node. For some reason, this call can be really awkward to trigger.
Raiden, radar utilization is key. The ability to check the enemy's movements and field of vision through the radar will be indispensable in a sneaking mission. But don't be so reliant on the radar that you miss the obvious. Always check your surroundings in first-person view as well.
Where he's telling me about all the, the features that I get from the node, but he isn't giving me just the standard node call.
If you find an item...
I'm just gonna log in first. Then maybe I'll get it. Download. We get our radar.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
Yeah, I always think this is an interesting little detail. Roy Campbell installing programs in people's nanomachines. Just doesn't feel very Roy Campbell-esque to me. I mean, maybe it's a very simple process installing programs in people's nanomachines, but this doesn't feel very Roy Campbell. And now we can see the doors have been opened here, like we were saying. The one guy that said he was going up is here.
There's somebody there. Who is that?
Oh, you bitch! Didn't think he'd see me through the fence. That's okay, we can leave him there. And this guy is back. Yeah, he doesn't stay in the locker. Okay, we're gonna take a little detour and go to strut F.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy.
Ah!
Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
All right. At Wexford, would I like to know the result of a rugby match? I give zero shits about rugby. But yeah, you can let me know what the result was. Did we win? Love the lighting here. The atmosphere. This early point in the game. It looks so hazy. Dreamlike. Come on, drop down. Hey, Bri, thank you for gifting a sub to Zagreus. Go, 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 go. We beat South Africa. Nice. Group stages. Love this track. These drums, these bongos. Okay, and here we can get our first weapon, our M9.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The President is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The President's life is at stake here. Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
I love Raiden's tone there. Roger that. He really is going to stop thinking about this. He's already forgotten all about it. He's forgotten this conversation has ever happened. But, yeah, again, it seems like he was right to ask about the weapons, just like at the bottom of Strut A, when he was like, but these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality? And now he's finding weapons here. In this facility, which is just supposed to be for marine filtration. Why is this weapon here? Well, I think maybe it could tie in with what happens at the bottom of Strut A. These weapons are here for Raiden, specifically. They've been laid out for him. He isn't authorized to pick up enemy weapons. He's authorized to, you know, this is OSP, MGS1 style. Find the clean weapons. I'm going to wait for this guy to come back to his position. Then we'll drop down, we'll get a magazine for the bathroom later. Very important stuff. Bump, bump, bump. We'll log into the node here too. Dave with the raid. Cheers, Dave. Welcome anyone coming in.
Nothing here.
Freeze!
The other guy isn't here, is he not? One less guy if you come here this early in the game? Huh, cool. There's Fat Man's bomb. Of course, we don't have the coolant yet. Yeah, no cards, so we can't get in. Oh, yeah. The node is in there, so we can't even access the node at this point.
What's going on? Respond.
go, 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 go. Yeah, that's new to me down there. I just don't usually explore this place this early in the game. So I never even, normally I don't even have to think that that room requires a card. We are going to grab this magazine. There we go. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Ooh, is it on the other side? It is on the other side now. I'm gonna get caught. Nice, okay. Huh. Whoop!
There's somebody there.
Nope. There's somebody there!
Freeze!
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Okay, will we try it? Oh my god, we're hanging. Hanging? Get up. Oh, I thought I'd be able to slip past there. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I'm not sure if that counted as an alert. I think maybe it didn't because we didn't see the notification on screen. We just heard the sound. Whether you get a proper alert there or not, it'll always get cancelled in this area anyway. So even if it did fully trigger, it wouldn't have continued into this area.
Respond!
What are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down!
Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded.
Huh?
Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
DC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plan's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
All right. We're back. I love that moment where he hands him the shaver. And there's just no words from Snake. Just has this funny expression on his face. Like, this fucking kid. Who does he think he is? Let me just see here and see if there's anyone I have to thank. And then we'll continue. There's some interesting stuff to talk about in that scene. Last name I see here is RazGriz3. Thank you very much for the 2 months. I don't remember thanking you, so thank you again. So yeah, starting with the shades of... I'll continue that thought.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
All right. So, what were we saying? Yes, starting with the echoes of Shadow Moses, the shades of Shadow Moses. Of course, you get the Grey Fox bloody hallway. That stands out and is pretty obvious. Then we meet a character using a blade as a weapon, Vamp, which you could probably compare to Fox again and his sword. But I think in that scene he's also designed to mirror Wolf in a way. You know, when he jumps up behind us and he puts his hand out to our cheek, and then Snake comes rushing in, firing his rifle. The next shot we see of Raiden shows that he has a scratch on his face, and Vamp is gone. Vamp has disappeared. So I think that might be designed to reflect Wolf and the scratch that Wolf leaves on Snake's face, kind of marking her territory for later. Then, of course, Vamp and Raiden have an encounter later on. At first, I thought it was like one of the bullets or something that grazed Raiden's cheek. I think that's how I interpreted it the first time I saw it, right? Because Snake comes in firing his weapon, and then it cuts straight to a shot of Raiden with a mark on his face. It's like, oh, did a bullet like whiz past Raiden's face there? But I don't think that is the idea. I think it's maybe it's supposed to confuse you, but no, I think Vamp leaves that scratch on Raiden's face. Because right before Snake comes through the door, Vamp is putting his hand right up to his face. He's just about to make contact with him, and then Snake comes in firing. And then the next shot is of Raiden's face from the other side, and Vamp is gone. So I think that's... Vamp wasn't able to do what he wanted to do with Raiden there, but he did leave just a little scratch on his face. It's at the exact same, like the angle of the scratch, the way the scratch looks, it's just like Wolf's scratch. It's on the same cheek, and the way it's angled as well is almost identical. And it is Vamp that we have the sniping sequence with later. You know, when Vamp kills Emma, and how that's supposed to stand in for Wolf and Meryl. It is Vamp again taking that role. He's the sniping target for that sequence. Yeah, we get the full Dead Cell introduction in that scene as well. I guess you could compare that to Foxhound as well, and as how Foxhound are presented in the briefing for MGS1. The same kind of Shinkawa art where they're all lined up wearing the jackets. It's very, very similar, that artwork. They really look like they're being presented in the same way as Foxhound. What's interesting is that Dead Cell, again, seem to relate to the whole idea of simulations, the way they're described. And they're actually based on a real life team, sort of special ops team, who went by the name of Red Cell. And Red Cell were led by a guy that actually became quite famous, Dick Marcinko. There's even a shitty video game based on his exploits, Rogue Warrior. I'm sure some of you have heard it. Apparently it's known for its obscene amounts of swear words. And I think in the game you play as Dick Marcinko, and he's just like, you're just shooting people and swearing all the time. But yeah, Dead Cell are based off that guy's real life outfit, Red Cell. And Red Cell, just like Dead Cell, would stage simulations, essentially. They would test the effectiveness of government facilities, military facilities, stage kidnappings, bombings, all that sort of stuff. Simulations designed to test the defensive capabilities of these buildings, of these organizations, military facilities. And if you look into them, they got involved in like some really shady shit. There was one time where they were, there was one famous incident where they were staging a torture, a kidnapping, and it actually led to them really torturing this guy. Let me see if I can just look this up real quick. If you Google it, you'll get loads of results related to it, like Red Cell torture. 1986 kidnapping incident. This is just the short thing from the wiki. On March 20th, 1986, Red Cell team members kidnapped Ronald D. Sheridan, a civilian security guard who worked at Naval Weapons Station Seal Beach in Southern California, as part of an exercise to test the defenses of the base. They took him to a nearby hotel where he was held for 30 hours and tortured, stripped, kicked, beaten, and repeatedly dunked into a bathtub filled with water and a flushing toilet. While in theory the kidnapping could prove a weakness, actually committing the torture served no useful purpose, right? In addition, the kidnapping was not even successful as a show of weakness. Sheridan's wife saw the suspicious men with a van and got the drop on them with her own pistol, and was only prevented from shooting the would-be kidnappers by her husband calling her off. and insisting it was part of an exercise, as he thought at the time it would be a brief matter. Since Sheridan was not naval personnel, he sued the government afterward. Dick Marcinko, the leader of Red Cell, just like the leader of Dead Cell, was also accused of misappropriating government funds. In the story of MGS2, it turns out that the leader of Dead Cell, Fortune's husband, was framed, and this was all set up by the Patriots in order to trigger this, you know, what happens to Dead Cell in this game. You know, how they all snap as a result of losing their leader. And they, you know, become even more radical. They go off the deep end. And that was all staged by the Patriots. They set that up specifically so Dead Cell would snap like that. They knew that that would happen, and they triggered that to cause that to happen. But in real life, I think Marcinko was guilty. But yeah, crazy shit if you look into Red Cell, the real life Dead Cell. You can see why Kojima used them as inspiration for this game, given that it's, you know, the blending of reality and fiction and simulation, especially with the case of this kidnapping incident, you know, where it really does become too real, where something that is supposed to be simulating something actually becomes the real thing, and this guy ends up legitimately getting tortured and beaten. Ooh, let me see here. Some interesting stuff in the chat. I used to work very closely with SF, SEALs, MARSOC, etc. They're extremely good at what they do, but they're all emotionally retarded. I'm not at all surprised that someone thought this was a good idea. Yeah, I really should look into Red Cell more. Like, I really don't know much about them. I just know the bare essentials, but it seems pretty crazy. Apparently the book that Dick Marcinko wrote, which the game was based on, I think the book is called Rogue Warrior. Funnily enough, the translator for MGS1 used that book as inspiration for MGS1. When he was translating MGS1, some of like the way characters spoke and the jargon and some of that stuff was inspired by the military language used in Marcinko's book, Rogue Warrior. I'm still just looking at this wiki page, seeing if there's anything else worth mentioning. And here we have the Navy captain with half a handcuff. This is a callback to Escape from New York, which the scene also calls back to with Plissken, Snake Plissken. Might also be worth mentioning some of the cut ideas for this story as well. Here with Snake. Originally, Snake was going to appear as a much older man in this scene. And that's what that line was foreshadowing at the end of the tanker. You know, when Liquid says our raw materials are vintage, brother, Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. That is supposed to be alluding to Snake's accelerated aging. And then the plant chapter, which takes place a couple of years later, yeah, the accelerated aging was going to have affected him greatly by that point. And when he shows up here, originally the idea was that he was going to show up looking very old, with blonde hair as well. He was going to be as old as Solidus, basically. But in the end, I guess they decided against that idea for whatever reason. It is interesting though, Pliskin is... They do change his hair ever so slightly for his Pliskin model. On the tanker, he has slightly darker hair than he has here. Which is an interesting little subtlety.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
You're supposed to be old, blonde, and dubbed by Clark? I didn't hear anything about the dub by Clark. Pliskin was going to show up being played by Cam Clark? Even though he was still supposed to be Solid Snake? Are you sure about that? That's crazy. I never heard anything about that. But yeah, of course, in the Japanese version of the game, Solidus and Solid both have the same voice actor, so that whole part of the story is comes across better in Japanese, I think, because of that fact. You know, you hear Solidus's voice several times before you see him. So in the Japanese version on a first playthrough, you might meet Pliskin and you're like, oh yeah, this guy is definitely Solid Snake, right? But then you hear Olga talking to another guy that sounds just like him. And you might start to think, wait a second. Maybe Pliskin wasn't Snake. But in the English version, you can't, you know, there's no mistaking it. So Pliskin is a completely different character to Solidus. But in Japanese, you don't get that feeling, you know, because you're seeing one character, hearing their voice, and then you're hearing another character and with the exact same voice. In English, there's no mistaking that these two people are different characters. Wait. Banjo Ginga voiced Pliskin because they wanted the Japanese Liquid VA to voice Pliskin. They recorded some lines. Kojima didn't feel it was right. That is strange. And like, but Pliskin was still going to be Snake in the end? I wonder, did he want Banjo to do like a Snake impression? Did he want him to play the character differently? I don't know, like in Japanese, maybe Liquid and Snake sound much closer to each other. Obviously, when you're thinking of Cam Clark playing Pliskin, it sounds kind of ridiculous in your head. But yeah, maybe maybe he wanted the Japanese voice actor for Liquid to play Pliskin, but also like try and sound like Snake. But yeah, I guess originally if he was going to be showing up looking much older, you could get away with him also sounding quite a bit differently too, you know, if he looked like a different character. You could probably pass as sounding quite different too. According to Kojima's diary for the making, on November 9th, 2000, he revealed that he stopped using Ginga Banjo as the voice actor for Pliskin in the plant chapter. Since Ginga is the VA for Liquid, this shows that Kojima was trying to make users think that Pliskin was Liquid. Okay. Yeah, so just weird shenanigans, cut ideas.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the President. Head for the BC connecting bridge. Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The President is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The President is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain.
Colonel, who are Dead Sal?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Yeah.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks,
I've played MGS
okay?
1.
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
Someone mentioned the name Vamp. Do you have any info on him?
Wait a moment, I'll look.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Zit Hop with the 57 months. Thank you.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
You're not a little bitch, Raiden. Don't care what anyone says.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
Quite a interesting little ending to that call. I used a brochure. So we're getting some random we're getting this information on the shell from some random brochure and not the fancy official military database. Why is that? Why do they make a point of mentioning that? Of course, the game is all about information, the dissemination of information. Is it because the brochure has the false narrative for what this place is? Is that what it's supposed to be tying into? You know, that we're getting what the public gets? Would the database have the real information on this place being a cover for Arsenal gear? Is that what it's getting at? I don't know. Let's log into the node.
if I were you.
Let's call him. Of course, Pliskin gave us his frequency, which is something we might remember from MGS 1, 141.80. And speaking of liquid, this was Master Miller's frequency in MGS 1. And just like Master Miller wasn't Master Miller, Pliskin is not Pliskin. And you could probably take it further as well, given that they both have mentor roles in this game. Pliskin and then Snake, you know, they very much play the role of Raiden's mentor in this game. And of course, Miller was Snake's mentor in MGS 1. Except, well, Liquid playing the role of the mentor. Does Miller have like any genuinely good advice in MGS 1? Apart from like telling you not to eat snow and... Yeah, well, I mean, I guess he does. When he finishes talking all his bullshit, sometimes he will have something to say. You know, when he's telling you to wear your socks over your shoes, at the end of that call, he does tell you to crawl. To, you know, on floors that make sound, lots of sound. So that's good advice. Let's call him up here. Avoiding gaming after a bath.
Moron. What are you thinking? Get real. Moron. Huh? What are you thinking? What's that supposed to mean? Damn, kid.
What a troll. Oh, yeah. Now we've really pissed him off. He's never going to stop now.
Raiden, I'm on your side. I see. Raiden, I'm on your side. Probably, yeah.
Look how his cone still follows me here. Damn, that's some pretty good awareness. I think he fell asleep again. Nope.
Raiden, I'm on your side. That's exactly it. Yeah.
Oh, we got a different reaction from him there.
Ah! No doubt. Ah!
thought you could only get those reactions from punching him. If you shoot him too many times, you can get that reaction too. I didn't know that. So how will he react this time?
Ah! 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 Ah!
Okay, so now he just goes back to the first one. And now we'll probably get the second one, which is higher. Okay, fuck it, I'm done.
Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
I thought you didn't like this guy, though. Shouldn't we be killing him? Isn't he interfering with the simulation? Maybe they don't think we're capable of it. I love how he says that like it's just a casual scolding. What reason do you have to shoot someone while they're sleeping? Come on now. Who throws a shoe? Okay, I think he's asleep again.
He's asleep? How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid!
Huh?
There's a bomb behind that door. Guess we can close it just to take a look at it.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
And I won't let you be just a dream. I won't let you be just a dream, chat. Alright. So, there's an interesting line at the end, towards the end of that call. You know, the Colonel is telling Raiden to hurry along to get to Stillman. And he says, "Is this according to simulation too?" And the Colonel responds, "What are you talking about? Come on, move on. Get on with it. Return to your duties," or whatever the fuck he says. It's interesting that Raiden is starting to feel a little bit less confident about what he's doing now. You know, remember at the bottom of Strut A, when he was told that this place was level 1 from the VR missions. And he sees that all of this stuff is going according to his VR training, and he's like, he doesn't really question how strange that is. It actually, you know, gives him confidence more than anything to see that all of this stuff is mirroring his VR, right? Because he's prepared for it. He's done it before. But here, he's starting to get a little bit concerned, I think, because he's starting to get the sense that what's about to happen isn't according to simulation. Isn't, you know, he hasn't had training for this. And that's true. In the context of the story, the whole bomb disposal sequence is later framed as a sort of test for Raiden to see if he can really tackle this exercise, to see if he can really tackle the meat of the S3 plan, of the simulation. Later on, it's literally described as an exam of sorts, and Fat Man is described as an examiner, as a teacher. Remember at the very end of the game, Ocelot says, Fat Man was one of our own people, a sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. You know, it's all described, it's all like metaphorically described as an exam, and Raiden as a sort of student. Remember the first thing that the ninja says after you beat Fat Man as well, in the very next cutscene, is you passed with flying colors, like you got straight A's on your test. So this whole, you know, everything up until this point resembles MGS1. Almost everything, you know, the way we swim into the dock section, the elevator, the bloody hallway. But the bomb disposal is supposed to be a bit of a diversion from that, from the Shadow Moses simulation. You do still see certain things that mirror MGS1, but it is definitely much more of a deviation. And then once you complete the bomb disposal, then you're back on track with things where things start to heavily mirror MGS1 again. Ames, you know, Ames being the stand-in for the DARPA chief, the president being the stand-in for Baker. Although, I mean, that's still not necessarily true with regards to the bomb disposal. Like, you still do get the scene with the ninja halfway through. But yeah, either way, this bomb disposal sequence is starting to deviate. Raiden is a little bit concerned that he doesn't have the training for all this bomb disposal stuff, which he doesn't have. I guess that kind of works with the whole examination metaphor. He's kind of like a student nervous before the big exam. That's what this next section is. It's a test to see if he can really tackle this exercise. Getting back to cut content again, Fortune is one of my absolute favorite characters with regards to cut ideas and stuff that didn't make it into the game. Originally, the idea was that she would appear with a fucking saxophone and actually play her theme on the sax in the game. And this always just gets me so excited every time I start talking about it. Because just imagine that last scene. But instead, Fortune is standing there playing the sax while all these bullets are whizzing past her. She's just completely absorbed in the music, jamming out, playing this sad, melancholic, melodramatic theme. Just, you know, crying her eyes out. Woe is me. You know, she's just standing there jamming while these guys are firing at her. Bullets whizzing past the saxophone. She's not even paying attention to these guys. She doesn't even know they're there. And remember, originally Dead Cell were all supposed to wear sunglasses So now you can imagine Fortune wearing sunglasses, playing the saxophone, really looking like a true jazz musician, with the New York setting as well. But yeah, unfortunately that didn't make its way into the game. Maybe that wasn't the idea for that scene. Maybe we don't know if this is where she was going to play the sax. We just know that she was going to play the sax, and she was going to play her own theme on the sax. Because Fortune's theme is that theme that you hear in that scene. But yeah, we should have an emote for it. Or is that just on my channel? We do have a Fortune playing the sax emote. Are my 7TV emotes not showing up properly? People are typing it in chat, but I can't see it. Are you guys seeing it in chat? I can't see it. The guy shoots the grenade and it goes into her sax, and then she blows it out back at the guys. Yes, I like your imagination. Originally as well, she was going to have like some kind of blood condition, some kind of medical condition with her blood, and Vamp was going to suck her blood periodically to prevent her from succumbing to this disease that she had. That was another thing that got cut. I don't really mind so much about that getting cut, but I really think we missed out on something incredible having her not play the sax. Something as well that Bad Humans discovered very recently. This might be the best. I think this has to be the best cut idea from MGS2. I'll give you the exact quote from Kojima. This is from Kojima's diary entry from January 18th, 2001, when they were developing MGS2, in the middle of developing MGS2. Here's the quote. Raiden's clothes were on fire at the Battle of Fortune. I came up with the idea of seeing that. Raiden's long hair, which he is proud of, is also on fire. And if he leaves it alone, his head becomes bald at this point. After that, he will be shaved completely, including in the cutscenes. However, various Katsura wigs are available as items. Naturally, some of them have Raiden's hairstyle. There is also the Bakadono wig. If you wear a wig, it will... If you wear a wig, it will fall off whenever you perform actions such as cartwheels and somersaults. The wig that falls to the floor becomes an item box again on the spot. The good-looking protagonist becomes bald at the first boss battle. Very interesting. It could also be reflected in the poly demo. However, the staff is against it. Is it useful? Question mark. And that's where the diary entry ends. Fucking Kojima's staff holding him back once again. Oh my god. Maybe they shouldn't have had this as an idea for new game, but this definitely should have been in NG+. And you definitely should have been able to lose your wig if you cartwheeled. Oh my god, man. Raiden going bald in the first boss fight against a woman that he is incapable of defeating no matter what, who is literally invincible. Imagine. I came up with the idea then, you know, that they could have had a codec call where Rose is like manically trying to get Raiden to put out the fire because he's about to go bald. Raiden, you're about to go bald! Or Jack, you're about to go bald! Do you have a cardboard box to wear? Quickly, start cartwheeling to put out the fire. You know, like they could have had it like, it could have been really the player's fault. Like maybe it was an easy thing to get rid of, to put out the fire. Like it could have really been your fault if you went bald in the game. Oh man. That wig idea as well. All the wigs falling off in NG+. They should have put it as an NG+ thing at least. Hold on a second. Yeah, it would have fit with Raiden's whole characterization, you know? This game really is the anti-power fantasy. Raiden is the anti-Snake. You take the elevator up to the top, and one of the first things that can happen is that you get shit on by a seagull. All of your accomplishments are undermined at every turn. Raiden going bald in the first boss fight if you fail to put out the fire, it would have been perfect. My god, man. Imagine watching then all of the cutscenes in the game with bald Raiden after that. I need to see what bald Raiden looks like. Someone get an image of bald Raiden. I can understand not wanting it for new game. You know, maybe that makes sense, you know. Maybe that's a bit too farcical for a new game, for the story to be taken seriously in new game. But for NG+, definitely should have been a thing. Now we have reached Strut C, where of course we can start with all of this crazy bathroom shenanigans. First we'll go into the men's bathroom, take a look around. Walk up to the urinal.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary.
What?
Could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Oh, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
But that's not the only thing we can do here. If we kneel down and stick our face in the urinal to get a really good smell. I think I also have to look in first person. Do I have to look in first person? Let's see. I think I do.
It's possible.
Yeah, I do.
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
Okay, now we'll take a little trip over to the women's bathroom. Let's just catch up with the Dead Cell info as well.
It's possible that...
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where do they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
Pliskin, are you still asleep?
Wish I were that relaxed.
It's possible. Raiden, looks like Rosemary has something for you.
Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded, and like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it.
Yeah.
How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
Very poor compared to the information we get from Snake. It's one interesting thing about the Dead Cell calls. You know, usually it's one person that'll have the information for something, but both Pliskin and Rose have information on all the Dead Cell members. They're both here to give us background information on Dead Cell members. But they give us very different types of information. You know, Snake's comes from experience, whereas Rose is like a Wikipedia entry. You know, she comes in with her official database info, which is like very cold and clinical, and it doesn't tend to, I don't think it tends to be as in-depth as Snake's. That Vamp call definitely isn't. We get barely any information, whereas Snake has quite a bit to say.
Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
An item box can...
Nothing to tell me about Fat Man yet, Rose. Do you know? Okay. Another bomb.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Right. Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are unbelievable.
I'm not done here yet, though. Why don't we go inside this stall here?
Once you put a chokehold...
No. This one can be awkward to trigger. You have to spend, like, a bit of time in here. I wonder, is it actually time dependent? That'd be kind of funny. Like, you really have to get comfy in here to piss Rose off.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Oh, I'm just thinking of all of the variations they could do on calls if Raiden went bald. Imagine all of the stuff they could do with Rose. You know, she could keep commenting on his baldness. Imagine how he would just look even in the codec screen with a bald head. God, we missed out on greatness there. Just the whole idea of it, and like, you know, Pliskin could comment on it. Oh, cheer up, Raiden. Being bald isn't all that bad. You know, they could have Raiden get depressed about his baldness and they could create like a whole fucking thing about it. Everyone commenting on it. I don't know, maybe then maybe that would be too farcical. But if it was just an NG Plus thing, then sure, right? You know, because then you can just play a new game, get your proper version of the story, and then get all this silly shit on NG Plus. That'd be perfect. That would be like the best NG Plus ever. So now, if we go back inside the stall and look at the toilet seat in first person, we can get another call.
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
The Colonel is even starting to give up on his return to your duties phrase. Maybe you're not the right man for this job after all. More ammo. Oh right, yeah, we also have the magazine. Publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns. Well, let's just take this into the bathroom with us.
Raiden, what are you doing there? With that?
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though every one of us is scrambling to do our best to support you, this? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of voluptuous girls?
Exactly.
At least use a picture of me instead.
What?
I mean...
I completely disapprove.
Okay.
So, Jack, what do you want?
What do I want? Well, I'd like to save, if that's okay.
Then go ahead.
This is a joke, right? Rose.
What now?
What do you mean, what now? Save my data, please.
Fine. Don't you have something you want to say before that?
Like what?
Ugh.
All right, I get it. I'm sorry. There. You satisfied?
Close enough.
You selfish.
What was that?
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
I love some of the lines that Raiden has under his breath like that. Oh, you selfish. Okay, let's save.
Hang in there.
Okay, she's happy again.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Navscolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on shell 1, another 6 on shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Writing, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The two of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists, then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
All right, we're back. So what's happening at the end there? Is Snake deliberately blowing his own cover? Or was it a genuine fuck-up? It's interesting that Stillman, you know, notices that he's fucking up these phrases, but the scene still ends with him saying, if there's anyone to suspect, it's you, Raiden. No, I trust this guy. And then there's a call later with Stillman where he talks about Snake and just how, like, innately trustworthy he seems. You know, there's just something about that guy, something that just comes from a man of experience, a certain courage, and, you know, like, he really talks up Pliskin in one of the later calls. So does Snake know? Does Snake know that he can blow his own cover and still be, you know, and still have Stillman rely on him? That's kind of the impression I get, you know. I get the impression that that Snake is just kind of having a laugh at the end there, you know. It's interesting that he says those lines right as he's walking out of the room as well, you know, right as he's about to leave. Like, it almost seems like he's deliberately doing it as a farewell troll, almost. And he's like, I can do this. I know Stillman trusts me. I know I can say this bullshit because I know Stillman trusts me. Pliskin, I just found this crazy guy in a box. Respond. Huh, no response. Kind of reminds me of Master Miller back in the day. Multi-layered box. So yeah, if you hack an assault rifle into the game at this point, you can shoot like 20 cardboard boxes off him by the time he gets to the door. They never end. They never end. Let's try calling Pliskin again, shall we?
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
This guy's gonna wake up any second now.
Freeze!
Hold on, let me just scroll up in the chat. I feel like Snake is giving a signal that he's a separate entity to let Stillman know something. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I get as well. Like he kind of wants him to know that he's trustworthy, but he's not one of them. That he's not a SEAL. Or, you know, that he knows that Stillman trusts him and he's okay with, and, you know, so he just decides to let him know that he's... Yeah, it's almost like he's being truthful in a way. I love that the floor can fall on top of you after that. So here there's an interesting little detail written in the environment. Here we have W16A C, and we are of course right next to strut C, right here. Over here we have W18A D, and we are right next to strut D. So what these numbers are showing us are the area codes for the areas that we are next to. W16A for strut C and W18 for strut D. So where is 17? 17 would be this area, the bridge in between 16 and 18. And what's interesting about this is that it shows up on the mission failed screen. If I just reload this area, just gonna kill myself on purpose here.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
This is something we haven't talked about yet. But obviously on the plant, you get a very different mission failed screen. On the tanker, you get the classic game over screen with the classic MGS theme, the music that plays. It's just like the MGS1 game over screen. It's just like a complete copy of it with the iconic music. But then we get to the plant and we get this weird shit. Weird sounds that play, you know, you don't get the classic theme or anything, just some weird sounds. And it doesn't even say game over. It says mission failed instead of game over. Also, you get weird numbers and letters and shit under continue and exit. And if you look closely at these, all this code underneath continue and exit, you can see that it's actually saying something. The first one is arm strength. And that is your grip gauge, your current grip gauge. And I haven't leveled up my grip gauge at all. So that's why it says 0. Puny arms. No arm strength at all. Prudence is underneath that. Prud-ence together. Prudence. And that's your save count. 16 saves. Since and that includes the tanker. 16 saves. And it's funny, it's one of the things Mantis says to you if you've saved a lot. If you've saved many times before meeting Mantis, he will call you a prudent person. Underneath that, you have ammo used, 215. Underneath that, you have alert number, 5 alerts. Underneath that, NUET, that's supposed to be like neutralized. That's your kill count. 9 kills. Underneath that is damage amount. DMGAMMOUNT, damage amount, 298. So, I'm not sure, is that damage that I've taken or damage that I've dealt? And however that code is calculated, 298 points of damage. Underneath that, you've loads of camera coordinates. Camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. Underneath that, area move. That's the amount of times that you've moved between areas. I think. 139 still seems a little bit much for how much we've played so far. Have I really moved areas 139 times? Underneath that is vanished point, and that is the area code, what we were just talking about. And if you look at it, what does it say? W17A. So there you go. W16A was strut C, W18A for strut D, and we are in W17A. So just a cool little detail here. I would imagine this was stuff used by the developers as well. Something tells me that these were like the area codes actually used when for coding the game. On the tanker, you can see text written on, like, area codes written on the ground in certain areas, like that last area in the tanker, the final area of the tanker. I always forget what the other ones are. I can't remember. We were talking about this last time. Did we ever get an answer for what the code was on the bottom right? I can't remember. DSJW. Remember Bad Humans was talking about it, how it was partly a reference to one of the developers. On the top right, you have Onikamoto YK. That is an anagram for Konami Tokyo, but I think Onikamoto is also like its own separate place as well. Gakuratas, I'm not sure what that is. Let me just test this area move thing. Here it says 139. Will that be 140? 141? Let's see if it's any higher than 139 this time.
Right, come in. Right.
No, it's still 139. So I guess that doesn't relate to the amount of times you've moved between areas. I thought it was a bit high. Area move. I'm not sure what that means then. Designed by JNT Works, who went by JNT Head after this game. Real name Juntaro Saito. Right, that's it. Or at least that's what you think it is. Damn, does anyone know what area move actually is? But another thing we can talk about as well is the mission failed thing. The fact that it says mission failed instead of game over. In MGS1 it says game over. On the tanker it says game over. And on the plant it says mission failed. Well, it just so happens that another game released in between MGS1 and MGS2, MGS VR Missions. And in MGS VR Missions, it also says mission failed. And of course, the story for this game talks about VR a lot. We're told that Raiden has only been trained in VR. His experiences seem to align with the player's experience. He has completed Shadow Moses in VR. He's played VR missions. He's done all the VR missions. He's done the tanker in VR. And now they put this mission failed screen here, describing this mission, sort of implying that this is also VR, perhaps, or there to make you question it. Or maybe to suggest that in this world, it is, you know, that we're in a sort of hyper-real state where it is now impossible to distinguish between what is real and what is unreal. Oh, because he was responsible for that page and all the 2D design in the game. Right. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Sort of like his signature on the screen. But yeah, really cool that mission failed screen. How it ties quite directly into the story. It's like it's a part of GW, analyzing Raiden's performance, analyzing the player's performance, and that's why you see that screen go all crazy at the end of the game. It's because it's the virus affecting GW. That's why the Colonel goes all crazy and starts speaking gibberish when you call him. And it's also why that screen says fish and mail and starts showing up when it shouldn't show up, because, again, it's another part of GW, it's another part of the system. Although, maybe you could say... Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a way to describe it. Is the marathon still going when the timer hits 0? No. When the timer hits 0, the marathon is over. Oh yeah, one more thing we can show. Another thing which we discovered recently. Relating to this mission fail screen. Pay attention to Rose. We're going to try and get Rose's dialogue on the mission failed screen. And pay attention to her gasp when she calls out for Raiden. At the very end of her dialogue, there's always a long pause and then a sort of inhale like that. We might get the Colonel again.
Raiden, are you all right?
We don't.
Answer me. Raiden!
But what's interesting about this gasp is, for the longest time, I always thought, oh, it's just, you know, it's just her crying. There's nothing special about that final gasp. Well, there is. That final gasp is not Rose crying. It is Rose dying.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
Remember how we're told at the end of the game that Rose's life depends on our success, as well as the survival of Olga's child, the survival of our child? And when they say that, and they're talking about Rose's life, they say that she's wired the same way. It's like we're all hooked up to the same network. Like we're all, you know, we all have these nanomachines and we're all like connected to each other. So if the system recognizes that Raiden has died, it'll like flick a switch and Rose too will die. I think that's the idea. How it's all happening technically, I don't know, but I think that's the idea, that we're all kind of wired to these nanomachines. We're all kind of connected to this larger system.
What the hell happened?
Wow, we're getting really bad luck.
Raiden!
But yeah, I remember I was mind blown when I discovered this for the first time. It was a Japanese guy on Twitter, big Metal Gear researcher, and he was posting like official stuff from the scenario books. I think this comes from the MGS2 scenario book, or one of those official script documents. And I remember his post on Twitter was just in Japanese, and I Google translated it, and I couldn't quite make out what he was talking about, but I saw that it mentioned Rose's gasp. And when I saw that mention of Rose's gasp, I immediately knew what it was talking about. I was like, oh my god, there is something significant about that Rose gasp. You know, because it was burned into my brain, that the way she gasps, that pause, like, it really does stand out. But you probably don't think of it anything more than a cry.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden.
Wow,
Raiden!
Man. Usually it doesn't take more than 2 attempts.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
There it is. God, man, that is fucking sinister. You know, you hear it one way for like 20 years, and then suddenly you learn something new and it comes across in a whole different light. That's crazy. And I think she has a few variants on this dialogue, like where she'll call out for Jack in different ways. But the one consistent thing on all the variations of her dialogue is that pause. Every one of them has the pause and the at the end. So that's another thing that's probably like a hint that there's something about that gasp.
Raiden, is something wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
It's much clearer in Japanese because the sound she makes corresponds more to dying. If you're used to watching anime or something, if you're used to Japanese, yeah, you think so? It's more obvious in Japanese. Yeah, like here, it's very easy to interpret as just another cry, you know, like it's like a tearful gasp, you know, like you're sort of crying, running out of breath because it's so stressful. I would imagine there is still some ambiguity in Japanese though, like it feels to me like something that is supposed to be ambiguous. Like, are you supposed to be hearing it in Japanese and instantly being like, oh fuck, what the fuck happened there? You know, I'd imagine you're supposed to still be able to interpret it as a cry in Japanese as well.
Raiden! Raiden!
Okay, anyway, we'll move on. We've heard it once. I think DRK might be ready to take over now anyway. Let me check. No, he's not ready yet. He should be ready pretty soon, though. But yeah, with this new Master Collection, we'll be getting the scenario books for MGS 1, 2, and 3, so it'll be interesting. We can read through that, and we'll probably get some more interesting notes like that, stuff that some new information. Because up until now, they've only been available in Japanese. For the first time, we'll be getting them in English with this Master Collection. So we'll get to see we'll get to read the entire scripts along with developer commentary on that script, on the script. I'm just gonna kill you here. It's okay, DRK. I'm ba-da-loop-ba-doo-doo-doo. Let's call up Stillman.
Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where? Probably, yeah.
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
Just say it. Just say the woman's bathroom. Why are you beating around the bush like that? The mystique of the women's bathroom in Metal Gear. A place that guys have always wanted to enter up until this point. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. What are you doing in here? You're not allowed in here. Does he check all the stalls here? He does. What a pervert. Let me do the clearing sequence here. It's been a while since I've done this. Huh. I think it is possible to get a proper clearing sequence here. Ba-da-lam, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Freeze!
Looks like there's a lot of stuff laying about. Make sure not to scatter it around. The enemy will increase their security if they discover anything out of place.
Don't worry. I'm used to cleaning things up. Rose's room is...
Jack, don't say any more.
fine.
Anyway, the key element of covert operations is not to leave anything behind. Understand?
If you need to talk to me, use the codec. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team.
If you need to talk to me, use the codec. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. No need to worry. I'm all right. No need to worry. No need to worry. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already. Stop bothering me.
I wish he had codec calls here.
You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
But he doesn't. He doesn't comment on it if you call him. I don't think, anyway.
What are you doing there? Hurry up and dispose of those bombs.
Unless that "what are you doing there" is supposed to be a comment on it.
Lay off the knocking already. What are you doing there? Hurry up and dispose of those bombs.
Okay. We have a lot of calls to do now after that last scene with Stillman. We call Pliskin. He'll have a lot to say about the members of Dead Cell. Let's follow up with the Colonel as well.
Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders and disarm the explosives.
Okay, but exactly who is Peter Stillman?
Gotcha. I'll look him up. Hold on a moment.
Make doubly sure... Make doubly...
Yeah, give me the information on Fat Man, Colonel. Jesus.
It's possible. It's possible.
Colonel, I just saw this guy go running by wearing a cardboard box.
A cardboard box?
Who do you think he was? A dead cell?
The dead cells are a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. But they don't wear cardboard boxes.
I'll look into it.
I'm counting on you.
Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch...
Yeah.
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly. If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Raiden, you must disarm the C4.
Okay, I'm convinced.
Rosemary researched Fortune for you.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident.
Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Tell me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
Oh, I didn't even ask for Fat Man yet. Okay. Snake. Talk to me.
Raiden, I've frozen the first bomb. How are you doing?
Nothing yet.
Pliskin, what was the exact location of the explosive?
The heliport. It was behind some cargo. Thought I was gonna have some trouble with the patrols, but it was an easy job.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing really. Pliskin, just don't let your guard down. Don't relax even after you think you've defused it.
I know that. Raiden, Shell 1's all yours.
Sure. Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the Colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the Colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Interesting that he says there they underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable, when the whole thing was orchestrated specifically so they could be controlled. The opposite is true, really. You know, the Patriots arranged for all of that to happen so they could control them. You know, they wanted them to go crazy. I like that line that Fat Man has later on when he says, "That's the only reason I assisted them." You know, like the Patriots are lucky to have me. That's the only reason I chose to assist the Patriots. When really, the Patriots were, you know, they set up for that to happen exactly the way it happened. Pliskin, what else do you have to say?
Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
All right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
by the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
So they're calling back to that scene with Vamp again there when Vamp smells Snake and he recognizes the scent. It's because of Solidus. Vamp works with Solidus and he got a similar scent from Snake. It's not for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. It makes me think of one of the cut characters for this game too, Chinaman. Who wasn't Chinese, he just lived in Chinatown. He was Vietnamese. There was gonna be a character called Chinaman who was actually Vietnamese. But he didn't make it into the game. You were actually gonna fight him where you fought Vamp. And he was going to have like a dragon tattoo that came to life when he went inside the water. There was going to be another boss in the game as well that got cut called Old Boy. And he was originally going to be Big Boss's mentor. Big Boss's mentor was originally going to be in this game. And then that was an idea that they later repurposed for MGS 3. But yeah, originally you were going to fight him here as a member of Dead Cell, as one of the bosses. Imagine that. Imagine how wild that would have been, fighting Big Boss's mentor in MGS2. I think he was a Nazi as well, if I remember correctly.
What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle.
Ah.
People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell. Fat Man. Supposedly, he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
It's true. If you look closely at his hands, later on you can see he has some pretty fancy looking nails. Anything else, Snake?
I see the old man set you up.
Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box just now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Oh. Yeah.
I think we're almost done here with Pliskin's calls.
Pliskin, what do you know about Stillman?
He's a bomb disposal expert. Probably the best in the world.
What else?
What do you mean?
Like why he retired?
Are you here to gossip?
No.
Then get back to work defusing those C4s. If there's something you need to know about Stillman, go ask him yourself.
Pliskin, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team's been wiped out.
Is that right?
Is that all you have to say? I thought they were your comrades.
Yeah, too bad.
Too bad? Did you know they were used as a decoy to support my infiltration?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Man, you are cold. They were your friends.
What do you want me to say? That you killed them? Or do you want me to say it wasn't your fault?
Oh, I just...
Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you, or provide you with a shoulder to cry on. You got a problem with your conscience, you take care of it. Don't bother me.
Love that one.
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah. Remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, No. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it.
I see.
Talk to you later, kid.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid. You're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed.
He's like an inquisitive child in the kitchen, pestering their parent. Hey, Snake, what about this? What does this mean?
Shoot a fire extinguisher.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we're ready to move on now. Let's spray this bomb.
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Okay, it seems like DRK is going to be ready in a couple of minutes. So, I guess I'll save. Let's call Rose. I'm tired, man.
What's up, Jack?
And I also need to eat some food. I haven't eaten since before the stream, so yeah, I haven't had food in over 12 hours.
I looked into Mr. Peter Stillman's file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Peg Leg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
Wow, thank you, Rose. So cold. Emotionless. Emotionless Wikipedia entry. Okay. Let me just exit out here and I'll get this save prepared for DRK. I think I'm good to quit out. Yes. It's almost 2 a.m. here. So I'll just chill out for like an hour or two and then get some sleep, and I'll be back then for the start of MGS 3 probably, or maybe the very end of MGS 2. Strutsea Dining Hall, 7:44. I'm not sure what you're seeing on the stream right now. Did it crash? Oh, it did. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry about the green. Okay, guys, I'm just going to play some music or something for a bit while I send this save over to DRK and make sure everything's up and running properly. Yeah, just bear with me for a few minutes while we transfer the save, and then I'll come back to sign off for good. Be right back.
あなたのささやき心狂わせる愛にあふれて命枯れても私はすべて捧げるたとえ打ち砕かれても涙は見せないスネークと傷跡明日は見えないでも二人信じて恐れない愛にあふれて命枯れても私は とえ打ち砕かれてもそれは望みスネーキー I am still in a dream snake eater
Slide back into the endless arms races that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. It is yours to guard. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission.
Okay. I know everyone wants to listen to the Scott Dolph rap, but DRK is ready, so we can switch. Let me just check the dashboard one more time to make sure I'm up to date on thanking you fools. Upgrade with the fucking $50 donation. Upgrade, thank you very much, man. Sorry that I'm just seeing that right now. Cheers, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think there are some other people here as well. Let me just let this refresh properly. Cheers, Upgrade. Thank you so much, man. Chaz before that with the 10 months. Allahu Buttersworth with the 102 months, the 97 in a row. Timbuck with the 117. Vove before that with the 53. It seems like I'm a little bit behind here. Sorry, guys. Hideous Kajimballs with the 70. CJ with the 14. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, the stream is going to go down for like 10 or 20 seconds, and then DRK will be right back up with the exact same save file, continuing from where I left off. And I'll be back later to continue, assuming the marathon is still going, of course. But yeah, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed my session, and I'll probably be back later for some more. We'll see. Take it easy, guys. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be down for a couple of seconds, but DRK will be right back up. I'll see you soon. Take it easy.
Thank you.